Here you are.
Good morning, everyone. Another day, another chance to have some fun. So, um, yesterday we had a lot of fun. For those of you who were with us, we played on the Satisfactory server. So, what I'm going to do today is I'm going to go ahead and just go there just to kind of see what our progress has been, just to take a quick peek and look and see what's going on. Um, 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 um,
What's up?
where is everything? I left my character right beside.
Objective, build the hub. I don't think you joined the server.
I continued the game.
If you click continue, it won't join the server. Continue has you continue with the most recent save game. There you go.
Okay, interesting.
Looks like somebody else is playing at the moment too.
Yeah, somebody else is here.
And we got a hello from our warning duck from Nighthawk Gaming and a hello from Ale Pops.
Yeah, and Alexa said good morning, Doc, too. Alapops and Nighthawk Gaming. That's cool. That's cool. That's where I expected to be. I expected to be right here where your machines were making making
There we
plate.
go.
Yep. And somebody has already loaded up all the things here, so we could get the blueprint. Go get the blueprints unlocked. We could do that. And
Yeah.
I needed to grab a few of these. That's why I was here waiting for it to kind of build up. So I'm gonna grab a couple stacks.
Grab some rotors right there next to you as well. Oh, they're being uploaded to the depot. How about
Yay!
that? Even better.
Yep, even better. Yep, and
Alexa says, already had a long day. Got my knee x-rayed and got some extra silica and quartz set up.
okay. I thought the silica was going into your knee there for a second. Okay. Oh, somebody's building on platforms over here. Yay. Looking a little bit smart there. That's cool.
Get swapped over to your headset.
Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
And look at our nice, robust power plant here.
Sir Swank says, I manually uploaded some things to the depot last night.
Looks like the truck ran into the hub.
So,
Okay, got what? Manually uploaded some things to the depot. Sure, that's good, good. Hi, Jojo. Good to have you. And let's go ahead and send the freighter up since it's there and we can choose the next milestone. And we can do blueprints now, folks.
Milestone.
wahoo.
Oh, but guess what? We've unlocked everything. Uh-oh. People have been unlocking while I've been gone. Okay.
Okay.
So now we're on phase 2, folks. Next thing we have to do is make some more smart plates. Oh, look at this. A little bit of containerization there.
Megalith official said, "You appear to be in need of humor.
Humor.
Here is a small joke.
Okay.
Fish store their money in a riverbank. This joke has been provided for your emotional enrichment. You're welcome."
That is a good one. That is a good one. An Ada joke for the morning. That's pretty cool. Okay. Wow. I just can't believe this stack here.
Things getting pretty chaotic over here.
Well, I think it's about time to, yeah, we've got plenty of plate now. That's cool. We have plenty of plate. Excuse me. Who's whacking me? Hi, Alexa. Alrighty. Okay. I don't know how to make the emoticon.
Hold T.
Hold T? Ah,
select it.
there we go. That's the way we do it. And okay. Oh, I'm gonna get out of the way or I'm gonna find myself inside a container. Okay, well, this is pretty cool. It's not chaotic enough, Megalith says. Okay. Okay, it is time to start moving a lot of this production over to the island. I mean, we're mature enough now where we're starting to complete phase 2. So anybody that wants to keep playing can. Oh, why are you?
You may pet the cat. One time. Emotional efficiency protocols remain in effect.
Okay. Okay. Well, when the cat comes back, I'll pet her.
Alexa says, stick on the ground. She gave you a Xenobasher.
Oh.
There you go. Now you can discipline 4 employees.
I can discipline more employees, huh?
Yeah.
Discipline more employees. Alrighty. Oh, and look at this. Shelves and a whole bunch of crates. A zip line. And a detonator. Okay. And a gas mask. Can we create any filters yet? And there's filters. Okay. I can be fully equipped. And there's some weapons. Okay. And I'm gonna take that and consolidate that.
Look at that racks. Those racks, though. Oh, I love them.
Yeah, no kidding. They're all neatly organized.
Alexa says, also drop some healing for you.
Did you? Where? There. Oh, more barrel nuts. Okay. Very cool. Okay. Oh, somebody found some heat sinks. Okay, just kind of getting familiar with what's here. This is pretty cool.
So Swank said I had some fun with that little organization process.
Oh, Sir Swank did this, huh?
So,
Very cool.
and Sap Sudercraft said, "Good morning, Doc."
Good morning. Okay, well, we do have a few slugs in here that we can work with. And now I can go ahead and I can put on the mask. And we'll put that in there. Oh, they don't stack. Ah, detonators don't stack. Okay. Very good. Masks are available? Yes. Okay. Very good. Let me see. Okay, so my intent is not to play this today. Oh, the Hobbist. How do you make half shelves? I've never made shelves yet. Are these half shelves?
Those are a new. Oh, I think. Oh, those are half height. I think he nudged them downwards. I bet.
Interesting. Is that in architecture?
Probably or organization.
Yeah, it might be an
You look at the
organization.
decoration block. They put an organization.
Basic shelf there.
Yeah. Go to build one and just show it next to. Yeah, it looks like he just nudged it downward,
Huh.
which is good. I think that's a good call.
Okay, so you build it. Okay, I built it.
Oh man, lag.
I guess so.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's not building.
In fact, actually, press F to dismantle, and hover over the lower shelf,
Yeah.
that middle shelf right there. There, you can see he nudged it underground.
And then that one was nudged into it. So
Yeah. Okay. Well,
cool. That's cool.
Yeah, it definitely looks better that way, Sir Swank. I completely agree. I did some work with it earlier, and I just didn't like it because it was too spacious for the items on it. But yeah, good call.
Good call for for storage units. Yes, that's a great call for storage units.
Alexa says we have some sides unlocked and ceiling lights at all walls. Nice.
Have some what? Signs unlocked and ceiling. Yeah, ceiling lights and all walls. Cool. Yeah, I did see quite a bit here. Okay, walls. Okay, very good. Very good. All the gates and walls and stuff. Cool. And in architecture, got a bunch of the roof things, and you probably. Nope, we just don't have any of the alternate stuff yet. But that's okay. Walls, all the foundations. We got foundation stairs. I like those foundation stairs. Whole lot better than just a ramp.
Agreed.
Agreed. And organization, all the signs. Good. Good, good. And ceiling
So for
lights.
those of
Good.
you who don't know, we're here watching for the first time. This is our members server. It's a new world we started just yesterday. And so anybody who's a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch can join in and play with Doc. He's not going to spend all day here, but he'll spend, a couple hours here.
Yeah. We have some building going on over there in the distance. Okay. So, we have a truck. I'll probably start working on transportation. We need to get a versatile framework line going, and we need to get an automated wire line going, as well as continue continue what was the, if I can find it. That's fabric. Okay. Yeah, the plate line. And this needs, reinforced iron plate and rotors again to keep going. We need 1,000 of those thingies. And so I'll throw some things in there. And get both of them going. Now that'll be another 200 smart plates that'll eventually pop out of there. So that'll be good. Howdy, folks. It's Wabbit season is here. All right. Good to see you. Okay. I hate running on personal storage containers. Yeah, true. I hate running on personal storage containers. That's why the Dimensional Depot is there. And frankly, people have done a good job about putting things in here. We could use more screws in there, but the rotors are full. The quick wire is full. The summer sloops are now in here for use. I should go ahead and throw the slugs in there when people want to make some when people need to make some power shards. There's 11 hard drives in there to start scanning those. Oh, we don't need leaves in there. Really, we don't need leaves in there. Especially since there's a place to put all the leaves.
Chingo, first time chat, says, Doc, those double plates are stored in one of those containers that are near it. The 1,000, I think, is already completed.
The double plates?
Maybe you talk about the smart plates?
Yeah, the smart plates are here at the moment.
Oh.
Is there another place for smart plates?
He says it's stored in one of the containers that are near it. Maybe.
Okay.
So Alexa says we should have one of those stairs go to each floor as a staircase in case of a power outage. We'll put a dimensional depot on the iron plates, the reinforced plates, the rotors, the rods, and all three cable types on steel pipes and beams. And then an address did in case the dust will do as well. And Miner Spiders here says hello though.
Hi. Hello.
Yeah, those elevators during a power outage.
Okay. That's right. The elevator wouldn't work in case of a power outage, would it? That is, if Satisfactory has maintained that level of reality, which sometimes it doesn't. Okay. Well, the main thing about this is now we should be able to start moving production. Oh man, do we really need that much storage for biofuel? How are we doing on the power grid? Let's go look at that here. Okay, we have capacity way up there. Okay, at 3 gigawatts, 3,000 megawatts. Production is producing it there. But our usage is way down here. So this is a good graph. We're going to outstrip that pretty quickly once we start really making other power. But Adrastea, any fun stuff to tell me? Tomorrow my radiation starts. Okay. And I was told my job is made redundant. Oh no. There's a slight chance to another role, but for now I'm just going to be sick. Well, too bad you got 2 reasons to be sick. That's terrible. Your job is redundant. Okay, due to poor planning? Due to hiring too many people? Okay. Those are terrible words. Terrible words managers should never use.
Sometimes in your own the euphemism used in your own culture, you just get used to. But then you hear like the more UK Canadian made redundant, which isn't typically a US term, at least not nearly as common here in the US. Like, what do you mean I was made redundant?
Yeah, the job you were doing was made redundant. Well, and it's just a not a nice thing to say to anybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, as far as my tour goes, gosh, there's a lot of things going on here, and a lot of factories. You know, gosh, there's a big one over here. Wow. Somebody's gone to town over here. Oof. Oof. Okay, this is more iron, more iron, more iron.
Alexa says if you'd like to see the coal power plant, she can lead the way.
Okay, yeah. Let's go see the coal. The Gigafactory is going to be on Paradise Island. So, at this point, boy, there's a big roadway going someplace. Ooh, I like the look of that. Is this isn't the island, is it? Where am I on the map?
Oh no, you're nowhere near the. Oh.
Yes, I'm on the island.
Oh, okay. Address data.
Jojo's there. Yes, this is the island.
Address data says budget cuts, and since they only look at money and not my 20 years of dedication and accomplishments, my role is cut.
Ah.
Vishen says I almost quit playing once I got onto fluid dynamics for the coal power, but I saw your
Okay.
shorts and that was very helpful.
All right. Right. Well, keep leading.
Alexa, you have to learn if you're going to lead dock somewhere, you have to make sure there's no nuts, berries, or
Well,
biomass or any other collectibles in the area.
for some reason, I'm outrunning her.
Oh, she's not wearing.
Yeah, she is. Now she's going fast.
Okay. And Kevin, the accountant, has resubscribed with Prime.
Alrighty.
He says, "Hey y'all, nice to see you. Sorry I missed out on the fun yesterday. Looks like y'all had a great time."
Well, yeah, no kidding. Okay, which way did you go?
Up the hill.
Up the hill.
And she's to the right a little bit. You can always use the compass at the top of the screen
I'm
to follow her.
trying to focus in on her.
Miner Spider, we have not responded yet, so say hello when you're back. Which, if you're not back, you didn't hear me. And Sir Swank says, made redundant means we hired somebody who was younger, we replaced you with AI, or we created a robot to do the job of your previous position.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
doubt that AI can replace a 20-year veteran of anything.
No, they can't. But oh, nice looking. Okay, this is where we had our first. We had our first coal power plant here, but it didn't look nearly as good as this.
This is nice.
This is really nice.
Okay, so Miner Spider said, of the content creators I've seen for Satisfactory, you're in the top 3, Doc. I started playing just before the 1.1 update, been hooked on Satisfactory. So I looked at a lot of different content creators, but you're in the top 3 of my favorites.
Okay. With all these cranking out, I'm surprised we don't have more headspace on the amount of power that we have available. Yep, yep, this is this exact place. Yep. I should have got a parachute. This is pretty cool. Wow, Alexa, you've done a job. You have done quite the job. Oh, she's gonna give me a parachute. Okay.
Well, don't. I believe Adristea was working on power as well.
Oh, okay.
And Adris says don't skip the logistics 4 underneath.
Okay, so you put the parachute on your back, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you use it?
I don't remember.
Okay. Silica, huh? Okay. I've used it before, I just don't remember at the moment how to use it. Quartz and silica, huh? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay, Adristea, you worked on power too. You want to take me to your power plant, or did you help work on this one?
I believe Adristea actually did this, and what Alexa did was she brought the quartz and the silica here.
Ah, okay.
So this is Adristea's work.
Fantastic, Adristea. Appreciate it. That is okay. And so we've got a little bit of. Okay, did not add a separate beam. Already that. Okay. Okay, that is yours. Okay, fantastic. Come see my pipes. Okay, will do. Let's go. She wants us to see the logistics floor. Ooh. Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, that looks nice.
Now, how did I do that?
I think you tap space again while falling.
I just held it.
Okay.
Interesting. And then she's got the loop back, so she's got some coming up here going in that side, some coming up here going down that side. And she's got a loop back.
Yeah, Jonathan Archer says, parachute's just like jetpack. Spacebar to deploy, crouch to retract while you're in the air.
Okay.
And Nadia says, good morning. Hopefully everyone is having a lovely day.
Yep. Well, this is a pretty cool infrastructure. She won't. Okay. And like I suspected, Oh man. Artwork. Uh my artwork was in the musician performance arts rather than the being artistic like this, but this is cool. My dad might have been able to do this kind of good stuff, you know, because he was more of an architect type. This is cool. Okay. So what are you making here? Oh, more plate. And okay, steel, copper sheeting, and over here you've got the miners. Okay, miners and more biofuel. Interesting. Yeah, more biofuel generators to get everything started, and a good backup for in case something goes sideways up there. That is way cool. You did a lot of clearing in this area too, because I remember this area being very forested. But I didn't. I just went in here for coal and made a few coal power plants and then moved on to something else. Always remove plants. Yep. She's bought into my philosophy, Robert. Okay. Okay, what are we looking at over here? There was a ping someplace. Okay. Have you seen the cave here? No, I haven't seen the cave here. Is there a cave down there? Okay, where? Where's Adrastea? There's Adrastea going that direction. Is that because she's in the cave? Oh,
Looky there.
looky here.
There's something behind.
Mycelia cave. And a lot of times you'll find Sam back here. Well, these are interesting weeds. I don't think I've seen these before. These seaweeds? That's interesting.
Is there anything to find in here, or are you just exploring?
I'm just looking around. Doesn't look like there's anything on either side of the
Like I've
cave.
said many times, one of the marks of a good game is that it can just beat expectations. And this game does not deserve to be as pretty as it is. It doesn't need to be this pretty. It's just a factory building game.
Yeah.
The fact that it is so pretty really elevates it.
Yep, so true. So true. Somebody says a ma'am. No, sorry. It's meant Sam. Oh, way cool. Well, obviously the server is doing well. People have kind of tested it well here.
Hmm. So it's what happens. We've heard that joke. I'm sorry.
Galaxy Quest reference.
Yeah, it's the miners. I missed it in the moment, and so I didn't read it out. My apologies.
So what was it?
Oh, the miners play the word. Alexa says it was quite the journey. Wanted to close to base, had to have the quartz storage run about 400 to 500 steel beams long. Oof.
Wow. Huh.
John
Well,
Ryder says there's a tape in the middle of the cave. Was that already included?
a what?
A tape. I guess that tape that just unlocks more boombox music.
Oh, okay.
Which I already knows you love the boombox.
Oh, of course. Yes. So we're, yeah, Allison. Okay, so we're right here, right? But the island is here. Where
Yeah.
is JoJo's clear out in the ocean?
Oh, looks like JoJo's building something.
Oof. Okay. And is this me here, or is this
No,
me
you're to
over?
the north.
I am over here someplace.
No, you're north, which is up.
I'm there.
So
Okay.
that's Address Day, and you're right next to Address Day.
Okay, so that's and we built our first mega factory here, didn't we? On
Yes.
top of this bluff. And then we had a coal power plant down here.
Mm-hmm. So you should just respawn, and you'll get back to Hub easy.
Yep. And time to play a little duck solo. So everybody can happily continue building here if they want. And while they watch the stream, that'd be great. Okay, Alexa left the game. Okay. I am going to respawn. Alexa joined the game. Whoever reads this is a poo-poo head. Is that what it said?
Well, dog, I guess, you know.
Oh, okay.
You got.
All right. Okay. Load doc solo. And there we go. Um, there is no way to load mods while you're in the game, is there?
Correct.
Okay.
You know, pop out. Who would catch?
Yeah, that I kind of knew that was coming. Okay.
Oh.
I guess Doc is a poo-poo head. Oh no.
Good clip, Icy Night. Well done.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna quit the game. Go to mod
Gauntlet
manager.
asks, has Doc ever seen The Princess Bride?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. One of my
Let's let him
favorite
know here.
movies. Especially the fight at the end. Right toward the end. You killed my dad. Prepared to die. Whatever he said. My name is da-da-da-da. I can't remember the name he used.
Inigo Montoya.
Inigo Montoya. And what was so interesting is that I didn't ever draw the connection between him, the guy that played that part as a young man, and then him when he played on the first season of Criminal Minds.
Oh,
And then all of a sudden it dawned on me, wait a minute, that's the same guy, only younger.
I I had not recognized that.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
it is. And he left Criminal Minds because it was just it just got too rough, too gross, too deep in the weeds on crimes that were just terrible.
Yeah.
And then eventually they killed off his character way at the end.
Yeah. To be honest, I watched Criminal Minds until he left. And I don't know what it was, but it's something about his character was the reason why I enjoyed the show.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and the new one doesn't have Spencer. And Spencer, I thought, was one of the critical pieces of the kid with 4 PhDs or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Robert, I think you gave me your cold.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I had a pretty weird cold over the weekend and struggled to kick it to keep working. But
Well, there goes the truck acting weird again.
you mean a truck acting like a truck?
Yeah, a tractor acting like a weird beast. Oh, there it goes again. Oh, was I in the way? Is that the problem? Now, what are you going over there for? So, I don't know if you saw my short on truck or my long video on trucks. Has that been released yet? Okay. We talk about the weird behavior of tractors and trucks.
Alexa says, Robert, it's not nice to give your father a cold just because he said Gareth was his favorite song.
Yeah, retribution. That must be what it is.
He never said that. It's not true. Lies.
Okay. All right, so we got transport. We've got a few products coming from here and going to the factory. I'm going to try to go over here without getting run over. It's good to see that the trucks are still running. They haven't decided to corrupt themselves and run into each other and just stop. Or run into the
fighters heading out.
Alrighty. Thank you for coming.
Dan Woodliff says, thanks for your manifold explainer.
You bet. Oh, the one that actually, the manifold math one?
We did a couple of them.
Yeah.
Slightly different takes on it.
Yep. Yeah, that tends to be a somewhat controversial topic, and I'm surprised at times that why it would be controversial in any sort of way, but it is. It seems to be. All right. What I need to do is I need to start unraveling all this stuff as I build up the mega factories phase of this game. Right now I need to complete phase 3. It's the same phase that we're at, oddly enough, that we got to in one day on our group play. So on our group play, we managed to get there pretty much in one day with a fair number of people playing, outside of the stream hours. Right now in Doc Solo, I'm basically in the same position. I've got to create, the modular engine, and I've got to create that circular thing over there, whatever it is. You don't create enough of them often enough to remember what it is. Versatile framework, I've got to create that as well. So it's just a matter of got a lot of work to do here. Okay.
And Sir Swank just donated 190 bits.
Alrighty.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. Every little bit helps.
Bit help, yeah.
Nobody caught that? Okay, fine.
I just said it. I literally said it. You're so used to me not catching it, but when I actually call it out.
Okay. Okay, so up here, this is the really going to be the first floor of the Mega Factory. And you can see that I've got manifolds beginning to be developed here. We have rubber and plastic coming in there. And we have, what is it being created here? We've got rotors being created here. Obviously, I hadn't powered these up yet. So, okay, here's where I was done working as of the last. So I've got to get power going to these, and then once I get power going to these, they'll hopefully fire up. And then I've got to connect the outputs. I've got the inputs, the screws connected. I don't have the rest of the inputs connected. I need to get the iron rods part of it connected. Okay. And iron rods are built. I've got plates being built down here. I'm having to remind myself where everything is. Okay, the iron rods are being created down here. Okay.
So Dan, who earlier commented about the manifold explainer, says both videos were helpful. Not an engineer first thinker, so the basic layout unlocked a better way to think of tackling stuff.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you find a way to organize it, it makes everything lay out much easier. Like, for example, we'll input from this side. If we wanted this to be completely extensible going farther out, in other words, if we want to continue to expand this line beyond the 3 that are there and the 3 that are over there, so 6. If we want to expand it more than that, we'll have these go back the other direction. Now, in this way, I don't have it going that way. I have them coming out here, but that's easy to expand as well. It just depends on where you're having it go. And if you leave plenty of space here, you can just add another row and then another row and then another row, which helps it a lot. So, all right, let's get some power over this thing. I'm wondering, if we do power, are you able to put multiple power things on here? No. Okay, so one power connection can attach to an elevator. That's one question I had. And then this is...
They did that even after they just updated. And, you know, they had previously updated lights and a bunch of other things to always allow 2 for input and output.
To only allow 2?
Yeah, previously they had changed a bunch of those
to allow more?
To allow more, yeah.
All right, power to there. Power to there.
And Hobby Sauce says, hey Doc. And Yuki says, hope you're having a great day.
Having a great day, yes. Starting to build out the Mega Factory phase of my builds here. Probably let the Rat Tail phase, that singular phase where you just don't, how do you say it? Where you just don't build out as efficiently or effectively as you would later on. I probably let that go just a little bit longer than I should have. But at this point, it is what it is. We'll work on that. So these are now making these are now loading up on screws. It'll pack these until there are 500 screws for each machine. Right now I need to bring the iron rod line up here, and that's just below, just over the wall. So I'll go get that, bring that up, and bring that into it as well. And that is going to come in. I need to put rails. I'm going to fall off. Then I'm going to go kersplat. And then Fix-It will be mad at me.
Yeah,
Of course, wouldn't want Fix-It to be mad at me, would I?
no going to spot.
No going kersplat? Not allowed. And that is full. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Okay, so... Directly above that is something I can't run into. Spaghetti time.
Jonathan Archer says, adding smart splitters, he's talking about in the manifold, to fill first, then overflow seems to get the line running smoother and faster, or preloading the machines.
It's all a math problem. Whether you use smart splitters, regular splitters, or preload the machines, they still have to have the same number. Preloading the machines means that once you power them up, they're good to go. Period. They just start running. And that's sometimes what people like to do because they don't like to wait for those last machines to fire up and get moving. I frankly don't care how long it takes for those last machines to run, so I put the lines there and just get them going. They'll preload with screws. I probably have more machines than what I've got the ability to deliver the raw goods to the machines. So you'll probably see those last machines struggle a bit until I get higher level conveyors and higher level miners and so forth delivering it to there. But we'll see. We'll see. It's all a math problem. And a lot of times I like to overbuild my manifolds so that when I do upgrade my conveyors, it just automatically takes the product and I don't have to worry about expanding the manifold. Like for example, I have a steel manifold down below that is way overloaded for the amount of product. But it's all backed up right now, so it doesn't really matter. When it fires up, it's going to actually go pretty well. Oh, Randy Manny became a member. He wants to play. That's cool. That's cool. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate that. We do pay for the servers that we put up with the memberships and with the subscribers on Twitch. So any member and subscriber that comes along, we really appreciate being able to keep paying the bills and keep feeding Robert.
I appreciate food.
Yes, he does appreciate food once or twice a day. A lot of times he skips meals. Oh, he said he had Fritos for breakfast yesterday, a snack on the run, because he was so busy. Finally, about 7:30 at night, he decided, I think I'll go eat lunch. So, is he earning Butterfinger money yet? Robert, are you earning enough for Butterfingers?
No.
No, but Robert is appreciated, so he's the one that gets first dibs. There's a conference. My favorite guy on YouTube, my favorite teacher on how to do YouTube is Daryl Eves, and he holds a conference once a year in Dallas. And it'll be in October, and hopefully we'll have a little bit of surplus money to send me to that conference in October. So, it's those kind of things that we pay for with all those memberships. So Randy Manny, I appreciate you coming on board and becoming a member. Now, be sure to connect your YouTube to your Discord so that you can get to the member side of our Discord. And once you do that, you'll have access to our Minecraft server and our Satisfactory server, both of them. So if you play a little Minecraft, want to join us there, you can join us there on Thursdays. And otherwise, when we play a group, or even you can log in at any time on the Satisfactory server or Minecraft server, even outside the stream. So, way cool. Appreciate you coming.
The hologram says no announcement to make today about a certain right. Well, he's still asleep.
Yeah.
He wants to wake his butt up.
Uh-oh. Wake the rest of them up too, please.
First time chat from Reader. Says, hi, Doc. Love your content. Hope you're having a great start to your week.
We're having a fantastic start to our week. We started it by starting to play a group speed run, and that was really, really cool. So, all right, I think I want to bring it down about right here. So I'm going to put a conveyor right here on the edge.
BPBSC asks, are you a real doctor?
I am. I got my PhD in 2013, and I teach at a university, and which has been the biggest advantage of having my PhD is being able to teach as a doctor at a university. It's University Lindenwood University, and I still teach there. I teach blockchain. I've been teaching IT courses there for quite a while, and try all that hard, and then I accidentally hit the wrong key. Been teaching at Lindenwood University now for about 15 years, and they've been really good to me. I developed a lot of master's courses, and now they don't teach the master's courses, unfortunately. They dropped their master's IT program because they just couldn't get enough how do you say it, enough interest to keep it going.
Yeah, it doesn't help that they were trying to develop it when the pandemic was hit.
Yeah, and that didn't help. I helped develop 4 of their courses as online courses. I taught them on ground, and then I developed them and turned them into online courses that I taught online. And what's my doctorate in? It is in management of information systems technology. So IT related, but management also. So managing is kind of a passion of mine too. It drives me nuts when idiots sometimes try to manage things and just muck it up. Like the discussion we had earlier today with Adrastea about her being told that her job is redundant. I mean, that's just awful language for a manager to use. They ought to have their mouths washed out with soap. As far as I'm concerned, you should never talk to a person that way.
And that's supposedly the kind term.
The kind one? Ugh. There's nothing kind about telling a person that's worked for you for 20 years that they've suddenly become obsolete or redundant. there's always ways for a manager to work on the skills of a particular employee to either help them to work into a different position or no, 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 no. Okay, fine. Work on their skills to get into a different position or find a different position within the company. There's no reason to tell somebody.
So both Katz and Colin Gerby say they live in St. Louis, right near where Lindenwood University is.
They know where Lindenwood is. Good, 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 good. Story of my higher education enrollment numbers. It's an ongoing trend of decline. PhD and MIS, that has fun aspects. I'm an accountant, and thus AIS and MIS are needed skills for what I do on a regular basis. Yep. Also going back to school for my MBA.
Lots of acronyms there.
Yes, lots of acronyms.
I don't know what AIS. What is that? So, Management of Information Systems, Masters in Business Administration, and of course a PhD.
He says a PhD that has, yeah.
Accounting Information Systems. Oh.
Well, and then my particular skill that I used at Boeing was building systems for accounting and finance. So the whole time my focus was with my IT skills was focused towards interacting with finance people and IT people to kind of be that liaison or go-between that helped them to get their systems developed. So kind of we're on parallel streams there, it looks like.
How do you get IT people and accountants to talk to each other?
Very carefully.
I guess I'm a little bit surprised because there's enough crossover in those two domains. You know, personality-wise, style-wise, I'm somewhat surprised.
That what? That they wouldn't talk to each other well?
That your job was so necessary. I mean, just from the expertise level, I understand. You know, accountants don't know how programming works. And firms don't know how accounting works. And so I understand the technical aspect, but for the stories you told,
yeah,
it sounds like the problems are a whole lot more than that.
The problems are a lot deeper because, you know, accountants and finance people ask for things that are just so difficult, and they don't realize how difficult it is. Okay. They just haven't got a clue how difficult some of the things they ask are. And a lot of times what you have to do is simply translate it into such a way that the IT people can understand what they're really asking for. Because a lot of times, you know, they ask for something and the IT people just roll their eyes and say, "You've got to be kidding me." And at that point, it's just a huge simplification issue of, okay, what they're really asking you to do is just take this field and that field and marry them up and compare them and or multiply them or whatever to come up with this field that you auto-generate in a query. That's easy. Oh, okay, I can do that. And then on they go in their merry way. But sometimes they just hit loggerheads trying to figure out what each other is really wanting. Okay. There comes a rotor. Fantastic. We have rotors automated now, folks.
Sir Spank says, so can we get a doc Satisfactory mod to help us figure out the profit and loss of our factories? Have a finance econ game within this game?
Ah.
That would be fun.
That is tempting. And honestly, when I go look at my factories and I see inefficiencies, it just drives me nuts. When I look and I see, oh, that conveyor line is stopped. Why is it stopped? Well, I haven't plugged it up yet. Of course, it's
the perfect distraction machine for dog.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I was in procurement finance mostly. So how much does a fuselage part for a 787 cost when you're getting it from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries in Japan and having to transport it here? How much does it cost to transport? How much does it cost to build it? And is it fully built, or is it just a shell and they've got to pack all the stuff inside of it? On and on and on. And that's what the finance people have to answer as far as their questions go.
No, embedded in that answer, you already answered a question from Katz, which is, if you're an engineer near St. Louis, chances are high you either work for or have previously worked for Boeing.
Yep.
And yes. And actually, we're no longer in the St. Louis area, so Doc is still a professor from Lindenwood, but everything's remote.
Yep, I retired from Boeing when they were getting into some really questionable hiring practices.
And questionable firing practices too, for whistleblowers especially.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay, we had a nice comment here earlier that we missed.
Okay, and
Oh man, a bunch of great comments here. So first, Adrestea says, "I only have a high school diploma. Everything else is learned on the job mostly. I have other outlets that I can turn to income. There's a chance in another role, but today was the day of the implosion. I could learn to code and launch the app I've been trying to pitch my company since 2018 as just a €1 subscription fee from the customers."
okay. And that is. Did I just do a splitter? No, I did a merger. Boeing does nothing wrong ever. Yeah, right.
Good Gontogram, keep us positive.
Yeah, keep us positive.
We don't want to get in trouble.
They closed the plant here was not cool. Yeah, Long Beach was a casualty of the merger with McDonnell Douglas because it was McDonnell Douglas production down there. Long Beach still has a presence there, but the plant for creating the C-17 and the plant for creating what basically became the 717, which was the MD-90, I believe, when we took over McDonnell Douglas. Yeah, both of those factories closed. We still do a fair amount of production down in that California, Los Angeles area for satellites. But yeah, a lot of people lost their job down there. So where was a former supply chain operations management professor about this game? And he was slightly intrigued, but he was like, can you create scenarios for students to solve that would be real world examples? Absolutely. Of course, they'd be simplified examples like any computer system can replicate. But anyway.
So Gontogram said a little bit earlier, the assumption that you're making is that the redundancy, in quotes, is from lack of skill set, not wanting to get rid of people because of money. My father worked for Airbus, works on flight simulators, programming, creating, etc. Decade or so ago, they, quote, reorganized the company so his division didn't exist anymore. Then hired him as an independent contractor. He was close to retirement. And then a year or so ago, rehired him because they opened a simulator division. I have no kind for words for the behavior of corporations and businesses these days, with the way that treat people like chattel.
Yep. Absolutely.
Okay, AC Knight's gonna head out for a bit. He'll be back for the showcase.
Oh, we're doing showcase today?
It is the first week of the month. So guys,
okay,
at the
good.
end of today's stream, I am going to be taking all the posts that are currently on our Discord that are in the the IRL showcase channel, the Satisfactory showcase, as well as the Minecraft showcase, and compile them up into a little slideshow for Doc so we can react to all the cool things you guys have posted there. This will go for completed builds, builds in progress, cool stuff you've seen, whatever. And let Doc react to it here live on the stream. It's been a lot of fun. So you guys have a couple of hours to post stuff if you haven't yet. And let me get you a link to the Discord. You haven't joined the Discord yet, too.
Okay, so finishing my comment on this, I told you that I probably had more machines than what I could deliver product to, and here's the case in point. Now that the machines have fully engaged and are working, you see that the first machines are going to go all the time. Second machines, you can see there's a yellow stick there. It's going, partly. The last machines right now are a bit starved. They're going to get, because the first one will split it 3 ways, the second one will split it another 3 ways, and the third one will split it 2 ways. So by the time these screws get this far down the pike, we're not quite filling these up. Now the challenge you can see is on this conveyor over here. There's gaps in the flow of screws coming in that conveyor. So with gaps in that screws, I see that I could increase the production on that particular conveyor. So if I wanted to solve this, I could now come and increase the production behind this conveyor so that it's flowing faster. And that would probably be a good thing to do. I'm going to use a lot of rotors come times when I create a line, for example, for motors. A motors line is going to require a lot of rotors. I need a stators line as well. So how are we going to accomplish the stators line also? So you see, rods are not a problem. They're sitting here backed up. And so as soon as this machine gets enough screws, it will pull in some more rods and be done and work just fine. Okay. So I am going to just go take a quick peek and see what's going on with my screws line. And I've got a whole screw line that's not being utilized here. Not being utilized at all. And this line right here is a slow-moving conveyor. Looks like it's only a Mark 1 or 2. It's not moving particularly fast. It is full, and then we got a splitter here that's splitting it off and using that. So we've got some efficiencies that need to be addressed here that could be a whole lot better. So let's go see what we can do to address those. Let's start with that. And let's see if that's a Mark IV lift. Okay, so once it gets to the lift, it's doing fine. And now we see gaps in it. Okay. Which basically means that if there's gaps in it, that means that one of these other conveyors are not up to date. And let's keep upgrading all the way here. And is this container still full? Yes. It's still trying to output. It's full, so getting those conveyors faster is going to help, but what's not going to help is that we have a splitter over here. But at this point, I have a sneaky suspicion that nothing's going down here. So that lift is being filled 100% because this line over here is not efficiently using all the screws. And frankly, that's the plate line that doesn't have a place to deliver its plates. So we're good for now, but as soon as the plate line starts taking its screws, it's not going to be good.
Okay, we got a technical question here.
Okay.
Bogsy says, hello, and just hit coal power. I'm wondering if it's worth completely focusing on mass power production or work on smaller automation systems to progress. I don't have a whole lot of experience yet. It just returned to Satisfactory after a couple of years.
Well, first off, look at your power pole. And what you want to see in your power pole is you want to see the blue line at the top. You want to see your max capacity for producing power in the middle. Then you want to see your production, your current production of power, being somewhere here, and then your consumption line below that. So your max consumption is way up here. Actually, let's reverse that a little bit. This gray capacity line should be the top one. This max consumption line should be below that. In other words, I'm a little bit at risk. If I got all my machines working at peak efficiency, I would break my power plant. So what you do is you focus on power when you need to, focus on production when you've got enough power. So go to the nearest pole and do an analysis. I need to work a little bit on my production. I've got a coal power plant. I think it's 8 coal power plants working right now. But as I work on my mega factory and put more machines online and make it more efficient, this line is going to creep up there, and if it gets above this gray line, I'm going to break things, and it's going to go down. So I've got to be really cautious here. So that's kind of what you do. You work on power when you need to. You try to keep ahead on your power. You try to keep this gray line above your max consumption line. Right now, it's comfortably above my actual consumption line, so I'm not too worried about it at the moment. Because I got a lot of machines that are just not functioning at the moment. So that's kind of the primer on power. So, okay, I have the versatile framework and the smart plating online and building on the community server. Oh, way cool, Jinko. Appreciate it. Appreciate that. Okay. All right, so these are coming out efficiently at the moment. Is it draining this yet? Yes, it's finally draining that. Now I need to we need some more conveyors updated here, don't we? Okay, coming out for the individual machines, we probably don't need to upgrade the conveyors, but I like to have the conveyors updated that are going between splitters and so forth. Those screws are going into this one, and these screws are going into nothing. Okay, so I'm going to deconstruct this. I'm going to deconstruct that. I'm going to put a merger here, because right now, there we go, double lines there, and let's move this in a little bit tighter, and then let's go ahead and connect this to there. Okay. Oh gosh, that didn't work. It went all the way through, it didn't connect. Okay, go to, come on, you don't want to go into that? Grr. Okay. So it wants the merger to be a little bit farther away. And hopefully that will... Yep, that hit just fine. That hit just fine. And we'll go there to there. Whoops. There to there. Okay, we got screws being created, and So now basically what's going to happen is that this entire screw line now is servicing, this one line going in here, and that one line is now going to stay full. The minute the lower production line on the second floor fires up, it's gonna bleed that line, and we probably need higher level conveyors at that point. But I'm not gonna let that worry me all that much. Whoops, that one does actually provide a function. Okay, fine. I'll put it back. Okay. I thought it was just a little tongue to put the conveyor out on. And you're laughing at me again. Robert laughs at me a lot. You know that?
Alexa says, except for wall power outlets Mark III, we have all management items from the Oxum shop. We have all ramp sets on foundations, but missing the half foundation and the core and the pipes back. We have steel beams, frames, concrete pillars along with the elevator, roof and architecture, catwalk, and modern railing.
Wow. And he sunk some turbo motors just for plenty of tickets. Okay. Wow. Okay. If you can't get your kids to laugh at you, then are you parenting wrong? Right? Your kids should always have a time to laugh at you. I grew up a lot of times afraid of my dad. So I didn't ever know my dad as somebody who joked. But my kids laugh at me a lot, and I really appreciate them being able to feel like they can laugh at me. I have a very different relationship with my kids. Nothing is coming out here. Is this a priority splitter or something? No, it's not. Not a priority splitter. I'm not getting an F9.
No, it's a splitter.
It's just a regular splitter, but it's not splitting.
Looks like it's just not attached correctly, I guess.
Yeah, maybe not. Not like it matters much because nothing's being consumed. So, okay, so we're going to take that off again, and we're going to see if we can
The monkey
put it on
grip
again.
is here
Uh-huh.
and has his usual intro.
Oh, no. Okay, are you going to wax poetic for a few moments?
Fuck. I fell asleep at 4 o'clock this morning. I was awake at 7. There's no chance on earth I'm going to do this any sort of justice. But my apologies. But he says, hello, Doc, on a moth with a sculpture on a rock. While I'm skating through town, serving like an alcoholic maniac, under the shade with a waffle in my hand.
Under this shade with a waffle in my hand. Well, obviously this splitter just does not want to function there, being attached there. So
Weird.
that is weird. So maybe I ought to just decide whether I really want to have that iron mine go to that one.
So Alexis says that I messed up my iron fat because two of my screw constructors were not connected to a container or machine, so they were just standing there with the stacked screws. Yeah, that was the last piece I built before I left. I just didn't finish it in time. I'm glad you fixed my mistake.
Good. Good. All right. Yeah, could be it doesn't want to build on the belt the way you did it. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's going on.
Cosmo Memoric says, hello, Doc. Hello from Germany. Love your content.
Fantastic. So,
oh, there you go. I've had that happen before. You see how it's broken in 2 pieces like that?
yeah, I saw that.
A splitter put on there will not work. I had that issue yesterday.
So if I draw it all the way, and then see if I can put a splitter on there. Belt turns too sharply. Okay.
Okay, well, no. Try it again. Just move up and down a little bit. You'll find a spot that'll work.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to try a different.
Different configuration for the belt.
Yeah.
Instead of that one, try this one. Yeah, now that gives me a straight section. And a splitter. And let's see.
So Jonathan Archer is
There we
heading
go.
back to
It's
work.
blue this time.
There you go. He says he's getting back to his real job. First time
Okay.
catching your stream. Loves your shorts. Nice to have a calmer take on streaming.
I get that a lot. That's an interesting comment to me because, I don't watch a whole lot of streaming. But it seems odd that somebody would just, not be calm about it. I mean, I'm just having a conversation with you folks.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing because, yeah, that's what a lot of streams are. It's either some guy who's, approaching middle age and bawling, yelling, and shouting for 8 hours at a time, angry at everything, or it's some sweaty 18-year-old really trying super hard to beat the next level of this game, or, you know,
And swearing at the game.
and yeah, like, but
Interesting.
the emotion creates drama, drama draws eyes.
Okay. And Dr. Sir Swank says low key chill streams are what I like. Yeah, let's just have a nice conversation. Well, these screws are just being taken 100%. It'll be interesting to see how those last machines are doing on the manifold, because we may actually need to have a faster belt in order to really service 6 machines. So, because it's definitely not backing up over there, that's for sure. All right. Okay, and these machines are not working at all, even though it's a good solid manifold here. And it's not working because it doesn't need as many plates as this. So I need to find a reason for living for this set of machines. Because I'm doing reinforced iron plate here, and well, that doesn't help either. I stopped syncing it because I needed reinforced iron plate, but that is full, and the output port here going to the next thing is not producing anything. Okay. We were syncing them, but I don't really want to sync them. Because see, I've got them going to 2 different places. Output from there and output going over to there, and oh, the output going to there isn't finished. Let's go finish that. Yeah, I've got something on the upper floor that I had not finished yet. So we finished this one over here, and we wanted to check and see how these machines are doing. Whoops. And are these machines getting enough? Well, they sure look like they're not quite getting enough. And that's fine. That's okay. So it's going to go idle until it gets a little bit over 25. And that's fine. Okie dokie. Okie dokie karaoke. Okay, so we have reinforced iron plate going into the manufacturer. Okay, what do we have the manufacturer set to do? Okay, this is our modular engine factory. We needed smart plating Okay, we need smart plating, so we've got something here, nothing here. What's supposed to come up on this one? Reinforced iron plate that's not coming in. Okay, because we haven't powered them up yet, but there's reinforced iron plate coming into here. That's good. I'm not quite sure what that port was supposed to bring, but it was this far one here. It came from there. Okay. But nothing's coming.
Donogram says, Sir Doc, my use of excessive colorful metaphors is a lifestyle choice forced upon me by countless generations of Marines.
Countless generations of Marines.
Oh, you know what kind of language they use.
Oh, yeah, sailor talk.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I relate it to sailors because my dad was a sailor. My dad, when I was born, was in San Diego. And, of course, being in San Diego, you know what his profession was. He was in the Navy. So this should have...
And, of course, you inherited that culture and later shed it, right?
Yeah. Okay, so this one here comes from up over there. Okay. It's coming from the upper floor, but what's it supposed to be delivering, folks? It went down through the floor and then came back up. Sometimes you need to keep playing the same game, the same instance, in order to remember all these things. Okay. Gotcha. Now, why aren't you... That's why you're not delivering anything. Ah!
Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh.
We have some pushback on our tip that just got released.
We do? All right. Highly insulted by tip 72 train planning that you do... Okay, planning. You do know that to create such a train network is anything but easy if you don't have minions helping you, because a track like that takes 50 hours at least to build. Yes. Good comment.
But that's
And
the
you're
fun part.
absolutely right. And you're right. That's the fun part. Okay, so now we've got rubber actually coming to the line. And now we can work on fleshing out the rest of the line. So, highly insulted. I do have a couple minions because I plan on doing that. I do plan on doing that network. No, I want to. Do plan on doing that network based on just playing in the Gigafactory mostly. So. Okay. I appreciate all feedback. Positive, negative, adverse, critical, whatever feedback. I appreciate
It
it.
does take a long time. And so that dumb Aussie,
What?
that's the username. Not
I thought you were insulting our users again.
again. I would never. Says, hey Doc, I'm from Australia. Just want to say you're amazing. Love the content. Started watching your shorts when me and my mate started playing Satisfactory. However, we have very different styles of work. He likes clean and pretty, but fast, and I like small, compact, fast, and simple.
Okay, sounds like The Odd Couple there. And does he understand that reference? Back in, I think, the 70s. Missing cable? You've got to be kidding me. Really? Missing cable? None in the depot. Okay, I gotta go grab some cable. Okay, that's concrete. Okay, where's my cable line? Yeah, have I destroyed my cable line already?
Sir Swank says there's also another short video on trains that explains a quick way to make tracks. Combine that with Doc's tip, you'll be a lot more efficient with track building.
Cool.
Blueprints are also key. Yep.
Yes, blueprinting away.
And Aussie does say yes, he gets the reference, and he's only 20. How about that?
Okay. Well, that's pretty cool.
A well-educated 20-year-old.
Yes, definitely. Well, this is interesting. We have a something going up, and we got an empty container there. Oh, that container goes to my sink. Wire, iron plate, iron rod used to be there. And that's what used to be that. Where did my cables go, Robert? Where did my cables go?
I don't know. I'm a little annoyed now.
You're a little annoyed at what? Okay.
Excuse me?
That's what you get, Doc. If you don't properly set up deuterium wire and cable and with a depot, you run out. She says. Okay. What are you annoyed at, Robert? Uh-oh.
I'm trying to figure where.
Wow, he's really off kilter now. What did somebody say?
It's not what anybody said. Tech issues.
Tech issues?
Yeah.
We didn't lose our stream or anything, did we?
No, the stream's fine. Don't even care about this stream.
All I ever care about is this stream.
No, the stream's doing just fine. Everything's good. Alexa really likes Caterium Wire Dock
Yes, she does.
and is now mocking you for running out of cable because you don't use Caterium Wire.
Ah, okay. Well, I got to figure out where in the world my wire production went. I think my wire production is still down here. Yeah, I got plenty of wire.
So
But I probably never built a cable production at all from this. No, I
ChatGPT
did,
does
but
a weird thing now where when you're generating images, it will start to generate the image before it does its content checks for some reason.
Uh-huh.
And so quite often it'll be making exactly what you want, and it's like, okay, that's perfect. And then halfway through, you just like, oh, I'm sorry, that goes against our content guidelines, or stuff like that. And for some reason, this time it's like 90% there. It looks great. It's everything I want, and it says, oh, I'm sorry, you've run out of your free images for this month. You need to upgrade your plan. I'm like, excuse me? I have an account. I didn't pay for the account. What? That's what was
So
it just,
they want you to upgrade to Pro.
I am not giving them that much money.
Not giving them that much money. Now, why do we have a part of a file manager on the screen?
Let's see part of a file manager on screen.
Oh,
Oh, that's not on stream. Sorry, that's just. Sorry, I was fixing a bot.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's only on you. That's not on.
That's on. It was only on my screen, not on the stream. screen and stream. That's hard to
Alexa
say.
wants to know how your hedgehog outfit's coming. It's coming pretty good. No, actually, I haven't been working on it. I had a funny idea from earlier that I was working on.
You had a funny. You were working on something more to humiliate me.
It was not to humiliate you, it was.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's get upstairs.
Now I had to just start over with the whole thing. Gosh darn it. When it gets off track, there's no rescuing it.
No rescuing me? No rescuing me?
No. When ChatGPT gets off track, there's no rescuing it.
Oh.
Do share with class. Well, Doc's not doing any speedruns right now.
Not doing the speed run right now, you said?
Yeah, I can't put you in the hedgehog outfit if you're not in the speedrun.
Ah. So all I have to do not to get into that gross, terrible, horrible outfit is to just not do a speed run?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll take that under advisement.
Pekka says, hey dude, really appreciate the content. Even though I dislike shorts, I have to admit that you probably make the most useful shorts I've seen yet.
Yeah. Shorts can be a time sink, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I understand that, but it's always, you know, it's a good way to deliver valuable content, and it really helps people to find the channel for the rest of the value. So that's why we use it.
Sir Swing says you can tell ChatGPT to reset back to the base. Is set base rules to image creation first, or for art style specifically. I
Okay.
don't quite understand what you mean by that. Mokiro says yes, very helpful when you get stumped on things. And Kat says yes, the shorts are wonderful, concise, and to the point. YouTube's auto captions also work well with Doc's voice, which it sometimes gets a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I've noticed that when we've wanted to look at the words that I said, what do they call that? The script that it auto generates. I find that it's amazingly effective on my voice, which I find gratifying. You know, didn't think that would be the case, but
Yeah. And yeah, Kat, I remember you commented the other day about some better captioning, and I am working on that. Our next big video that comes out should have that set up properly. Sorkin says, so how do you even begin planning out a mega or gigafactory? I get 5 production lines and it's already an indecipherable spaghetti of things.
oh, that is so hard. That is. Oh, the YouTube thumbnail says restream. Is that normal, Robert?
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're using the free version of Restream, so it puts that little caption over the top of over the top. I can go ahead and manually upload it to YouTube, which gets rid of it.
Robert, take your cold back.
I never had a runny nose, never had sneezing or coughing. So, I don't know how you can blame me.
It's easy.
I want to blame somebody, therefore I blame you.
There you go.
And just a random commenter says, same, I don't know how to make a gigantic basis too. So my biggest issues are more powering it and organizing it. Like, where do I place all the outputs? Do I store them, make more stuff?
Yeah. Basically, it ends up being a lot of trial and error. More error than trial. Right, Robert?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Our first mega factory basically worked up through tier 6. And then it just became too complex to keep going. Also, the overhead of running a gigafactory instead of a mega factory was just horrible. Or sorry, the overhead of running a mega factory instead of modular was horrible. And that dumb Aussie says, "Hey Doc, I'm curious, what are the specs of the PC you play on? Also, good night. I must sleep after this question."
Okay.
Because you've seen Aussie, man, he's
Yeah. About time to go to sleep, probably. I have a 13th generation CPU. I have 13th generation CPU and 256 gigabytes memory and a 4070 CPU, GPU, NVIDIA 4070 GPU, and Intel CPU. So hopefully that gets you where gets you the info you wanted. So now that's my GPU. We have like is it a 12th gen doing the streaming? Redeem Butterfinger.
stream PC. I don't know. Stream is terrible.
The stream PC is the one I upgraded from. It's not that bad, is it? Well, we can check it out because that's the next thing I think we need to check out is see if the stream PC is really up to streaming. We've got to solve the fact that that we get errors constantly, and I don't think it's 100% the just YouTube.
Nutritional protocol update. You are now authorized to consume 1 Butterfinger. This is not a reward. It is a calculated morale adjustment.
Yes.
Do not attempt to exceed the quota. Consequences will be both immediate and sticky.
A sticky consequence if I eat 2.
All I can say is OBS reports 0 encoding errors, 0 errors whatsoever on the PC side, and all of the errors are networking related. So if you think there's some sort of way we can upgrade the PC to improve the network, be my guest.
Yeah.
I prefer a raise instead, but you know.
I heard that little extra input.
Mm-hmm.
We have rotors. We have smart plating being built. Okay, this machine needs what? This machine makes rotors, so it needs rotors as well as motors too. And the configuration. Now, can I put I can put a splitter on top of this, can't I? Or can I only put a splitter on top of it before I put... Do I have to not have the conveyor on it first? Let's see if I can put a splitter on top of it now. Yes, I can. Okay. Now let's see if I can still put a... See if it'll work.
And Mokiro Abby just subscribed with Prime.
Cool. Appreciate you sending us your Prime subscription. Appreciate that very much.
So the text-to-speech failed on this, but Alexa said, Ada here. I just had to fire Alexa for violating Fix-It primary rule by being inefficient. She also lost her doggo cuddle privileges, even though she claims to have a good excuse by having to play on low settings for 1080p. No excuse is good enough for inefficiency. And I was choked off there for a second because Sir Swank just donated 5 subs.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, gifting tier 5. Okay, so Koken and the Ziggy69 and Rylac and Mistress of Skyrim and Citrus the Wizard, Citrus the Wizard, all got subs. And if you guys want to play with us on either Satisfactory or Minecraft, connect your Twitch account to the Discord. That'll give you access to the member information so that you can log into the both of those servers. And interesting.
And he followed it up with 100 bits as well.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Very good. Wow. I just get humbled by people who are willing to help us out. I really do. So, thank you. I've got to go reconfigure a couple things here.
So Kath did ask, how is the 13th gen Intel CPU working for you? She's heard that it's had problems for other people.
I haven't noticed any of those problems. Yes, I've heard advertisement that there's been problems, but haven't appeared on my watch anyway.
Yeah, we've been fairly lucky.
Yep.
I ended up getting a 12th gen last time I upgraded, so I avoided those issues. Unfortunately, our whole family, we've always been Intel and NVIDIA people. But the more time goes on, the more it seems like I have to go a different direction, which is hard.
Yeah, it is hard. Let's kind of split the difference here. Let's see if we can reverse that. Okay.
First time chat from Lord Runner saying hi, Doc.
Hi. Another
And
first time chat. That's pretty cool.
Sir Swank has an 11th gen i7 with a 4060 Ti.
Okay.
That's a good rig.
Yeah, that's a good rig, yes.
And Katz has an 11th gen with a 4070. I was debating whether or not to get AMD for the next upgrade in a few years. Yeah.
And that is, that's the question that's being asked by a lot of people is invalid shape. Okay, fine. R. Okay, good. Is AMD finally solving its problems with video cards and the split from CPUs and video cards and taking on all that? For years they had a problem dividing their time between those. And because of that, they basically took away from their CPU business in order to develop their video card business. But it looks like they may have actually overcome a lot of that challenge that they had at that one point. Okay, so first time chat from Lord Runner. Said, hey Doc, appreciate your coming and joining us, seeing you. Okay, I've been watching your shorts for a few weeks now. Didn't know you did lives either. How often are lives either? Okay, live streams. We do Satisfactory live streams on Monday and Tuesday, and we do a Minecraft live stream on Thursday, and then of course we record videos and shorts to be distributed in between. Oh no, how did I get through that? Okay, here we go. Let's get a why is that going down instead of up? I attached something going up above.
So it looks like
Okay.
yeah, Lord Runner says, saw you on YouTube with your Satisfactory shorts. Wanted to check out your streams.
Yep. There we go.
Yep, we're pretty chill around here. Pretty laid back, relaxed. And for those of you who have only watched Doc on shorts and stuff, which is usually most of our audience, my name's Robert. I'm Doc's editor and his son, and I have the privilege of hanging out with my dad every day. So we either record or edit or something just about every day of the week, and it's a whole lot of fun.
Yeah. And occasionally you'll hear from another son. Okay, now nothing is coming up here, even though it's all linked. So I have a feeling that something is awry here with the way that this thing's pointed. Yeah, you'll hear from another son, Garrett. He is also part of the channel. He's a writer, and he is probably off writing on his next few chapters. He just published that book yesterday. It's being published on Royal Road as a sequential, a chapter at a time type of release. And so the first 10 chapters are going to come out pretty quickly, and then a couple chapters a day each day for a while until it's done. Do you still have the link to that and the name of that, Robert?
Yeah, I'm getting it from Garrett.
Okay.
Alexa says, speaking to me, you also get the privilege of not sleeping and working way too hard. Way too many hours, at least.
Never too hard, but too many hours. And I say never too hard, probably because Robert
I'm playing games.
mostly enjoys it, right?
Yeah, and I'm playing games for most of it. Or, well, adjacent at least.
Yeah. Okay, now the rest of the motor requires the stator. Okay, I don't believe I even have a stator line functioning downstairs. So I might have to do a little bit of upstream work. I believe the stators were being made over here in this line, but the line was never actually completed. Okay, so the stators are coming out here. they were going into what? Where was this going to? Okay, they were going into this assembler. And because it ran out of cable, they stopped making automated wiring. Okay, so do I want to, at the beginning of this line, I believe I just had containers. Yes, I had steel pipes going here, and then the other item, wire, was going down here. Okay. Okay.
So, Sir Swank donates another 60 bits. It
Okay.
says, Robert, enjoy this time. I lost my dad 2 years ago and miss the times like what you and your father are doing. Cherished memories for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt that way, even though my dad and I had our challenges. As adults, we created a relationship. While as a kid, I learned a lot of good things from him, but it was, he was kind of rough around the edges. When you made him angry, he was not pleasant to be around. Um, but as adults, we made a much better relationship. Trying to figure out which way to go with this. Do I deconstruct this or do I make it right?
He was a scary man when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's one of those, he's your grandpa and you want approval from him, right?
Uh-huh.
And so he was scary, but it was always like, but grandpa, just, Anyway, it was that weird feeling. One of the cool things is, though, and one of the things that I'll always remember about him, there's every once in a while you get a compliment from somebody that feels so genuine that's like you remember that forever. And one of two in my life comes from him,
Interesting.
which is so strange because he's not that kind of guy, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a hard time with kids. That's for sure. I mean, my brother, was 8 years younger than me, and yeah, he struggled with us growing up, even though we were pretty good kids. I mean, we never got into anything that was, you know, challenging, so to speak. So I need to bring wire in here, and the question is, where do I make wire? I have a line out there that's bringing in copper, making wire. I can bring it into this porthole here on the first floor and push it up. I just need to figure out where I want to do it. Because this container is full, but I don't think I'm pushing anything into that container anymore. So the container is full, it's not where I want to keep making it. There's the smelter. And there's the constructor making those things. And then this is full because it's underutilized. Okay. I think it's time to deconstruct, Robert.
Oh boy.
Yep, I think it's time to empty my bags into the sink. Empty my bags into the sink and do a bit of deconstructing and reconstructing of a wire line.
Good call. Good call.
What?
Gongrim says, you never threw a bike chain around power lines, wrapping them together, and started a wildfire?
No.
I don't know what that's referencing.
No, I don't know either, but a strange reference nonetheless.
Jamarcon says, "Why would you deconstruct Robert?" That's not what he meant.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Speaking of Garrett and his book that he began publishing yesterday, here's a link to said book. It's called Iconoclast. It's being published on Royal Road. He published the first 10 chapters yesterday, and he'll be publishing 2 chapters a day for the first week and a chapter a day till the story is finished. The general idea, this is a isekai style lit RPG, if you know the genre, with the idea this is a guy who gets sucked into another world, and he is given the power of the icon of sloth. And so he, captain of the football team type of guy, suddenly has the power of sloth, which of course rubs him all the wrong way. I've enjoyed talking with Garrett and working with Garrett as he has written the book. When you meet the icon, when you meet Sloth himself, I absolutely love every scene where you interact with Sloth. He is as horrible and disgusting of a creature as you can imagine, and it makes it endlessly entertaining. So I would highly recommend the book.
It's just kind of weird to think that you could base a whole book on a character who is slothful.
Uh-huh. And that's the central conflict in the whole thing, is that how do you
Yeah.
become powerful and you just go to bed. Just go to sleep.
Yeah. I don't want to do this. I don't want to play today. I don't want to work today, Oh, cable. Cable. When I
Alexa says, so basically he's writing about himself in a fantasy world.
Oh,
Good to know. I'll read it.
ooh. Okay. We'll be sure to pass that message along, okay?
Sir Swank says, I just get the cringe of listening to that because of the sloth aspect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, leave it to Garrett to write something that's kind of weird that way.
Garrett quite enjoys the genre, and so he's always in search of a new reason or source of some sort of magic or magic system. He's very, very much enjoys the hard magic systems, where the magic system itself is fairly well spelled out. And so to him, it's intrigued him for a long time, the idea of, to get more powerful, you have to be slothful. And how do you ever do anything when not doing something is a better solution? And how do you ever... And so, of course, the main character has to be the captain of the football team, right?
Yeah, so he makes it so absurdly odd that you have to buy into it almost.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the way fiction should be written, really. Okay.
So yeah, DM Sir Swank, I noticed you mentioned earlier that you're a dungeon master for D&D. But he says, speaking of writing, today starts a world building challenge for another medium I'm into. What medium would that be? Would it be D&D? The Monkey, you thought it was like a real book, but it's online. Yes, it is first being published online, and when he finishes it, I'll move it over to either Kindle or, depends on its popularity, may become a print on demand or an actual published book.
Yeah, the idea being that he's got options afterwards to make more money based on the input he gets from publishing it on Royal Road.
There's a new publishing company that, well, new-ish, it's about 5 years old, that exclusively picks books from Royal Road and
Are
then
you
publishes them.
quite a ways away from your microphone, Robert?
No. Oh, I was looking away from it, but
Okay. Okay. First part of disassembling that. Um,
oh, okay. Um, World Anvil has a summer camp. Yeah, I've used World Anvil before. It's a pretty good site. I'll link it to a. Kat says, I remember reading an isekai like that where the main character was a demon of sloth. And the driving force was the demons get stronger by feeding into their main sins. The pride demons get stronger through imposing hierarchy, and wrath demons get stronger by strength. Where force driven mad by the slothful main character gets stronger from sleeping. And chaos ensues.
and chaos ensues. Oh boy.
Well, I tell you what, this it has this similar premise, but I think he'll be taking it in a unique direction from what we've talked about.
Taking the what?
Taking the story in a unique direction. You're crazy, Donkey.
Who's crazy?
Monkey says he's gonna hack Royal Road and change the book title to Lorax and change the front picture to Lorax. And like 500 pages and saying, let it grow.
Okay.
Well, good luck with that, Donkey.
All right. Well, doggone it. I'm just kind of wandering around here trying to figure out really what I want to do. The raw product is going into a container there because I didn't place the miner the
The Monkey says, I don't need luck. I have skill.
okay.
Okay.
That's comment on good luck with that.
Yeah. When I said good luck with hacking Royal Road.
I go empty my bags, then I don't have enough things to keep building. Come on.
Go ahead, Six Wing.
No place has just plates. So how do you plan it out? Don't watch me plan mine. That's how you plan it out.
What?
Somebody asked earlier, how do you plan out a mega factory? Don't watch me.
Oh.
Because obviously, going from a rat tail factory to a to a conversion to a mega factory is, gosh, painful, painful, painful. And that's basically what's going on here. Is it's just being painful.
So Gauntlegrim says that luck is a form of skill.
Luck is a form of skill. Well, and then you could add to that, luck is made by putting yourself in the right place at the right time.
Yeah. Well, kind of reminds me of like generally the Greek concept, and I guess this is a little bit distant, but I'll try to bring it back. The Greeks often, in their kind of their general philosophy, I'm talking about ancient Greece, talk about how like, things like an inspiration or something like that wasn't coming from you or your own brain. It was something that you were divinely touched. It was a divine spark or something like that, right?
Uh-huh.
That gave you this idea. In fact, the concept of mania or madness, that inspiration is actually a form of madness, okay, that comes upon you. And by externalizing all those, it's in much the same way that luck is kind of an externalized form of what we would call skill, right? Where if you have the right skills, the right talents, opportunities can happen, you know, good
Yeah.
things can happen, and they feel like luck. And to people who can't recognize talent or skill because they don't have it themselves, will often say, "Wow, you're really lucky," when in fact it was something you cultivated.
Yes, exactly. Something you cultivate.
And Sir Swang says it takes skill to know how to read the situations, to put you in the right place at the right time. Thus, luck is skill.
Yep.
Alexa asks, "What is the secret to riches and comedy?"
And comedy. What is the secret to riches and comedy? Is that what she actually said?
I think so. Sounds like a riddle to me.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't like riddles.
You don't like riddles? Okay.
Timing. Mm.
Yeah, timing. Yep. Warren Buffett didn't exactly make his money just because he knew exactly what he was doing. There's a certain amount of luck,
So, here's
certain
our
amount of timing.
surveys.
Yep.
It says, any tips on a four-way train junction?
What kind of a tip? Okay. Well,
Our first train short showed a four-way train junction, how to set it up properly. However, Doc's going to be going more into depth in his Doc University on trains.
yep. All right. There's ingots here, there's ingots there, ingots everywhere. But I need them up there. I need them actually on the second floor. This is turning into a logistics nightmare, Robert. I hate this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Destroy it all, start over.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is the point where we have a ton of people come to the channel and ask, "Oh no, I've come to this mess. I don't know what to do."
Uh-huh.
That's what we've always done.
Yep. Oh no. And look at the creepy thing here.
Creepy thing?
Yeah, the
Oh,
confusing beast.
yeah.
Now, come on. A wall is there for a reason, beast.
How disrespectful.
Yes, no kidding. Not supposed to just phase yourself through the wall. I don't know what to say about that. That's just dumb. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think I know where I'm gonna go with this.
Well, we actually have about 82 viewers here today. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Happy with that. Let's let everybody know here in about 40 minutes or so is the cutoff. But if you go to our Discord and you post any cool pictures of your Satisfactory builds and factories, we also have a section for Minecraft and an IRL section if you have pets that did something cute lately or something. Post in there, and I'm going to be gathering all those up. We're going to be doing a bit of a showcase. So Doc's going to react to pictures that you guys posted live here probably in about an hour. So the cutoff is at noon our time, which is in 40 minutes. So make sure you get your submission in before 12 o'clock. The monkey says, all right, I'm going to post a super hard pick. Very good. Do it.
Super hard. Okay.
Hard is... How do you describe that word? Yeah, it's slang for not cool, but in a super tough, awesome way, I guess.
Okay.
I yeah. Sorry, I can't I can't English anymore.
You can't what anymore?
English?
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 I'm a walking paradox and alcoholic maniac. Okay. Cool. Okay.
Okay, so what are you working on right now? I'm still taking care of the wire line?
I'm tinkering. Is that what you called it?
The wire
I'm still working on the wire line, yes. I have now figured that I'm going to somehow gather up these outputs here. They output 30 per minute when they're running full steam, so easily can handle it on one conveyor. So I'm going to conveyor it up to that floor. Going to make wire there. Going to make copper plate, and I'm going to then put that to um, put that up to the next floor up where I need it. So for stators. Okay, so
the monkey's given us a wonderfully useless definition of the word hard.
oh, wonderfully useless, huh?
Yes, he says hard is like hard when it's like it's a hard pick, or like it's almost like when you look at a picture and you say, "Darn, that's a real hard picture."
That's yeah, that's perfectly useless.
Maybe we could say it's like the new version of calling someone real, something looks real tough, even though it's not literally physically tough. You know, I don't know.
Oh, brother.
Okay, Alexa got some amazing news today.
Okay.
Worst case, she'll have her GPU back the week of her birthday in August.
August? Oh. August?
Yeah, a little over a month. RMAs take a long time.
Especially if they don't refund your money right away.
Yeah. Welcome to holiday season, said Alexa. The monkey, you can't explain a word by using the word in a sentence which requires you to know the definition of the word to understand the sentence.
Okay.
A computer is a thing you compute things with. You know? What's a phone? Well, it's something you can phone people with. You know?
Well, and then using the word phone two different ways in the same sentence.
Yeah. By the way, hard is just a difficult word to define. You have to just hear it to get it.
Okay. All right. right, let's see if we can attach it there. So I've got four with 30, and then I've got a container that's going to empty eventually. So, oh, that's right, I forgot to connect that piece of it. All right. Okay, so I've got four of those with 30 each, and this container that's going to empty. So I've got 120 coming up is all. So I'll have to build whatever machines I can build off of 120 input at this point. And I want that porthole to be here in the corner. I'm just going to put it right. And I'm going to put a conveyor lift coming out right there.
So the monkey says, like, define the word damn. To send to hell.
Yep.
There you go. Now, of course, that's the dictionary definition, but, you know.
All right.
It's not even a translation to that word in Polish.
Really?
Interesting. I think you mean nether. This is a PG stream. Yes, yes, yes. The word is nether. Oh, jeez. Well, we aren't swearing. We're just using the dictionary definition here. I don't think there's any language that has a one-to-one translation into another language. Yeah, not really.
Not really, no.
I actually saw a short that, which is kind of funny, talking about emotes and emojis, how they've taken on such a different connotation from one culture to the next. One, you know.
Yeah, just like hand gestures or, you
Yeah.
know, nods of the head or things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, one of the examples he gave, you know, for us, if we use an emoji of kind of like somebody giving you the side eye, you know, a pair of eyeballs kind of looking to the side, it's like suspicion, something like that. Apparently in Japan, you use that just to say, okay, I saw it. I see it. Got it. Acknowledged. Good.
Interesting.
Yeah, just a different way of interpreting it, which I think is pretty cool.
Well, it's pretty cool until you don't use it properly.
Yeah.
You know, Boeing had an account in Japan, and I had a good friend at Boeing who happened to be 6'5",
Oh my.
and he was assigned to Japan. And I mean, he's a really nice guy, really competent guy. Not a problem selling anywhere else, but he couldn't get past first base with anybody in Japan. When they finally got right down to it, they were offended that Boeing would send somebody just to intimidate them
Oh.
because he was tall.
Right. Crazy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, culture is Culture is a challenge if you don't understand the culture.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, if I'm making wire with this, I am expecting 15 inputs, so I could make four wire ones. Now, if I did copper sheet with it, 20. Of course.
Leafy says the Japanese probably thought he was a kaiju or something.
Kaiju.
A kaiju is a monster. Think Godzilla.
Oh,
Godzilla's the traditional kaiju.
okay. That would be, yeah, probably. It, it, to them, that was just not cool. They
Sir
did
Swank
not
says,
want to talk to him.
yeah. He says culture can even kill business expansion. Look at Target's expansion into Canada as an example of not knowing the culture. So what happened with Target moving into Canada? I don't know if I know that story. And both Icy Knight and Debunky are claiming to be 6'5".
Uh-huh. Why do you say claiming? You doubt them?
I don't know.
Like Garrett claiming to be 6 foot?
Right. Maybe because I'm 5'10" and jealous. Maybe because it's like 1 out of every 10,000 people, and I don't know.
That's silly. Yeah.
Wow. Leafy says, I was a troubled kid, and my uncle is 6'7" and can confirm they do be scary looking.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a missionary companion when I was in Florida, and he was 7'1".
Oh my gosh.
So while his and it was said that while his companion and me would go up to a door, he would stand down on the ground while the other missionary went up to the porch to knock, and their heads would be level.
Yeah, yeah.
But if they came up on the porch together, he'd just be.
Yeah.
I mean,
the rafters. Holy cow.
being next to somebody that's 7'1" is pretty awesome anyway.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
Nassim says, what are you currently building, Doc?
Currently building a line for both wire and um, wire and copper plate, copper sheet.
Cool.
And I need to go find some more rods.
Debunky says, Robert, you're short. Like, I'm sorry, I feel sorry for you. Do you want me to buy you a beer to make you happy?
A root beer, sure.
Well, I tell you what. I will use my dad's line, even though he's 3 inches shorter than me. My feet still touch the ground, so I'm perfectly tall enough.
Yep, absolutely. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with me.
No, okay, so this is something that's normal, okay? Children born later are usually taller, so it's quite common for the youngest child to be taller than the oldest child. In our family, that almost perfectly runs out, or works out. My oldest sister, how old is she? Or how tall is she? Sorry.
Oh, 5'3", maybe 5'4", maybe.
Yeah. And my next oldest sister, she is, what, 5'8"-ish? 5'7"?
Yeah.
And then I'm 5'10". And Garrett's 6 foot-ish. My youngest brother lost it. He's 5'9", I think. But, like, it was just like, and it's so annoying. It's so annoying, yeah. There you go, Icy Knight, inch taller than your brother who's 4 years older. That's totally normal that the younger kids are taller. So, and just admit I'm correct. I'm definitely not as tall as you, Monkey. That's fine, I'll live longer.
It's fine. I'll live longer. Okay.
No, it's true. Taller people don't live as long. And Archon says, which I do not like. I dislike biology for doing that. Eye twitching. Yeah, 5'10" is not short. It's above average in most places. So.
Great. Should I go slap that thing around?
Oh, is that what happened? Yeah, you should get rid of it.
I mean, come on. That's a serious coding error. That's serious.
No, don't free him. Kill him. And Michelle's here, says, hi, Doc. Hi, everyone. I believe it's Michelle from Italy.
Uh-huh. And Zero Striker says, what's up? What's up, Doc? We still haven't got that recording yet. Well, he's not going to move.
You know, that knowledge is going to be stuck in your head for the rest of the day. What's the problem? What? Just... True. The funny thing is Garrett...
See, I used him for my benefit this time, though.
Oh,
See? You jump on him. You can... See? That's pretty cool, huh? Somehow I think I ended up with mergers over here and splitters over here.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops, but...
And Mr. Caustic says maybe a cluster charge on his butt will help move him along. I don't think you have any of those yet, do you?
No. I don't. So what is this thing? This is a splitter. And it's outputting there, outputting in the front. Is it inputting there? No, of course not. Start all over. All right.
And so Swank says, now you just gotta trap him fully and make him your own organic bounce pad.
Yeah, exactly. Better than a gel pad. All right, I want a splitter, and I want the splitter to go. Oh, come on. I want the splitter to go right. There, but I need the input to be on that side. Okay, that's the way it should work, right? I always do them wrong once, and then I have to
We're dropping
correct
some
it.
frames. Things
Okay.
are stalled out just a little bit. Okay. Nova says, hey Doc, love your videos at Satisfactory, Jeps.
Fantastic. Thanks for catching us stream.
So Katz responded to the comment earlier about, you know, cultural differences and Target not working in Canada.
Yeah? What was...
And
Yeah,
so it says, the Cat says, looks like Target failed in Canada due to not accounting for the differences in the U.S. versus Canadian logistical infrastructure. Fuel isn't subsidized there, so transportation costs more. And then everything else like ends up costing more, along with taxes and other stuff. Target execs didn't do enough research on how things could logistically run in Canada beforehand, and so Canadians felt they were being shortchanged because their Target's products cost more than the ones just barely across the border.
Interesting. Well, obviously they can't build close to the border. You know, if all you have to do... You know, the same was true with Vancouver and Portland. Vancouver, Washington, and Portland, Oregon, because they were sister cities. They just were separated by a bridge, and they were in two different states because of that. And there was no sales tax in Oregon, and a huge sales tax in Washington. So people would regularly just drive across the bridge and go spend their money in Portland. But they live in Washington because there's no income tax in Washington, and there is an income tax in Oregon. So, a simple line across a map, and you've got a financial difference that motivates people to do odd things. Okay. Um, but Doc, about your size, don't worry about it. What you miss in, I assume height, you make up in brain knowledge and smarts. Absolutely.
You know, it reminds me of a talk given a long time ago. Saying, if you have two daughters, you tell one daughter, "You're so smart," and you tell the other daughter, "You're so beautiful." What they usually end up hearing is, "You're pretty dumb and you're pretty ugly."
So the one that you tell was smart, they hear that they're pretty ugly, and the one that you told um, was pretty, and they hear you're so dumb. Is
Yep.
that what it is?
Yep.
Yeah. So don't give different compliments to your kids. Compliment their actions.
There you go.
Compliment what they achieve rather than attributes.
Yeah. Alexa says, "Robert, did you read the manual about how to understand women? How long did that take you?" Well, here's the problem. The manual is one of those things that can't exist because the moment the manual exists, the manual's been changed. By its very existence means that the manual's been rewritten. So, no, I haven't read it.
Okay, so what is the issue here? Okay.
Look at that splitter again.
Splitter's
Just,
okay.
just redraw that. Yeah, redraw that. Oh, come off it. Zero Striker says, "Hey Doc, I love the videos.
Oh,
Watching
that's
here from the Netherlands. Got a question. What is your favorite tier in Satisfactory?"
favorite tier. That's interesting.
There we go.
Yep, there we go. What had happened was this belt here went straight into the
Oh,
machine
it curved.
rather than going into the, you know,
Which is why when you went to
Splitter.
that turn, it just spun in a circle.
Yep. Okay.
Gologram says, "Can't make a manual for something with inherent design flaws from model to model."
Oh.
And that's why I'm seeing. He falls up.
Oh. Ban him. Okay, so the first four here are going to be wire. So this one's going to be, okay, not copper sheet. I was just investigating. That one's going to be wire. This one will be wire. Copy. This one will be wire. This one will be wire. This one will be copper sheet. Sheet and copper sheet. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Soy Bear
And
says,
then we'll
"Hi
go up
Doc.
there.
This is my first time catching you live. Enjoyed watching your videos."
Cool. Okay, okay. Do you have do you have you discovered slide tunnels yet? What is that?
Hmm.
What is a slide tunnel?
Heard that term.
No. Okay. Can't believe I did. I'm not thinking things through because I'm trying to concentrate on the stream as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Nope. That input needs to come that direction. Come on. Give me a sign. Looking for a sign. I'm seeking a sign, folks. Okay, because it has. All right. What have I got going wrong here? That's why. My perspective was way off. Okay, that's the first three. Here is the fourth. And then we want to put a merger here, but we're going to send those this way. And we're going to send that one. Oh, which direction do I want to send this one? Yeah, I'm going to send it out that way.
Soy Bear asks, "Did you mean hypertubes? Slide tunnels could be hypertubes." Yeah, docs use hypertubes, but
Yeah, we got hypertubes in this world.
yeah. That was actually one of our very first shorts we ever did. Before we were doing the tips,
Yeah?
when I convinced Doc to make a hypertube cannon, and he launched himself off into nowhere.
Yeah, onto a gel pad.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, once we kind of figured out where the gel pad was supposed to go, yeah.
Yeah, after splatting a few times.
Yeah, yeah, a few.
It was fun. It was fun. I'm building my first hypertube cannon. That was a hoot. And then, of course, we used it as a transportation system in the Gigafactory build for a while.
Sir Spank says there's a new hypertube cannon 1.1.
Oh, there is, huh?
Because the junction. How similar is it to the one that designed?
Okay. Now we can do this. We can go.
Oh, looks like we were rated by Gloomy Cookie. Party
Okay.
of 6. Oh, look.
Okay.
It's Volocrum and Gloomy Cookie. Oh, man. I recognize that name. It's been a while. Hey. Yes, we are now on Twitch. We've been on Twitch for about 6 months now.
Yeah. Who was Gloomy Cookie? Had no idea we were on Twitch. Yeah. So Gloomy Cookie, is that Cookie Shen?
No.
No.
This was the other cookie, because we had 2 cookies at a time.
Oh, Gloom Cookie.
Yes.
Okay. Very good.
Well, welcome, everybody.
Glad you made it back to us.
And Doc is playing in his solo world. He's only been playing this for a few weeks now. A few weeks of stream time. But yeah, we stream Satisfactory every Monday and Tuesday. And yeah, that's what we're planning today. Doc is rebuilding you said your copper wire and sheet?
Yeah, copper sheet. Copper wire, copper sheet at this point.
That's right. You're that weird engineer from Arkansas.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Been a minute since you had to move and stuff. Well, I hope that went well for you.
Weird. Why do you call yourself a weird engineer? Okay. All right, let's get these things powered up.
Okay, Katz is heading out. Has to leave for a meeting now.
All right. Thanks for coming. Enjoyed having you.
Okay, Gloomy Cookie is weird because, quote, I'm a gothic elf who also signs drawings in 12 states.
Who signs in 12 states? Okay.
Oh, yeah, professionally signs drawings as an engineer.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, my doing a little bit of history. My grandfather was an inventor. Most of his patents were inventing with a company, Koch Engineering in particular. So a lot of his patents, actually owned by Koch. His early patents were with his father, who was also an inventor and had several patents to his name. And it was interesting that engineering in that day was go take a test and get a little certificate. So he was certified as an engineer in New York, in particular for Standard when he worked for Standard Oil, and then when he moved to Arkansas for Kansas for Koch Engineering, of course he got certified there. So it's kind of interesting history what engineering has done over the years, because now it's get a degree and get a degree and become certified by your degree rather than by just taking a simple test. I'm sure there's licensure in each state still, but you can probably tell me that.
Yeah. And Gloomy Cookie says, yeah, I remember you mentioning that about your grandfather a while back to one of your YouTube streams.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And Volocrum says, on a side note, Doc, I disagree with your newest pipe videos.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
There's definitely more to them. We could come up with the simplest version, but... Love to hear your critique.
Love to hear your interest because, oddly enough, that was taken straight out of the manual written by Satisfactory and put on the wiki.
Actually, technically, that was fan made, but it was so good they put it on the wiki.
Okay, fine. Trying to give myself a little bit more credibility here, you know?
Oh, okay. Volcom says, I can show you some pipe magic that isn't in the pipe manual.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you search all over to try to figure out how those goofy pipes work. And sometimes you just can't. Missing materials. Oh, brother. I'm tired of missing materials. Where's the dimensional depot when you need it most?
Gloomy Cookie says, most states use NCEES to keep track of licensure, but some states have additional tests and requirements. So, for example, I had to get fingerprinted for California and Texas, but just ethics tests for Nevada and Louisiana.
Interesting.
Cool.
Ethics tests. Got to be an ethical engineer. Okay, now we'll see if it works. I want this to... Now let's see if I hit it right. Not quite, but that's passable. Okay, we got wire coming up there. And what did I need wire for? I needed wire for the stators.
Wow.
What?
Gloomy Cookie says, also, some states have clear rules on what you can and can't sign, while some, like Arkansas, just say, you feel reasonably qualified to sign.
Oh, okay. But other states that are more mature than Arkansas, must I say, have it spelled out what you are qualified for based on your license. Yeah.
I have to say, I'm so glad to be back in Missouri.
Yeah.
We also moved in the meantime, by the way. We are now living in Missouri.
Yep. Found a property that was at a good price that we could pay cash for and had adequate provisions for 3 families to live. And so we plunked down our cash, and first time we've been homeowners without a mortgage. So we're excited about that. And now we're, my daughter is building a house. And so I needed that stator right there. I have 60 wire coming up here. And what does it take to make a stator line? Because I think I'm going to just build a stator line right here. And what do I need for a stator? Okay. Oh. Now I need at least two items. Okay. Pipe and copper wire. And so the production rate is 5 per minute for those. That means it'd be 15 per minute on the pipe and it'd be 40 per minute on the on the wire. Basically means I can support only 2 machines because I've only got 60 coming up here for wire, unless I converted the other half of this line over here to wire. Or I did what Alexa's been yelling at me about and went to Caterium wire, which I don't know that I found that recipe for yet. So what do I do? Do I convert these 3 machines and add a 4th and bump this up to 120 so that I can support a full 3 machines rather than 1.5 machines?
I think so.
Yeah, I think I'm going to need to. Okie doke.
Okay. Well, Cookie's going to lurk and review the project they're on right now. They'll be listening.
Okay.
And Daz Does says, "Hi Doc, do you plan the size or layouts of your factories before you start them, or just wing it and worry about styling and cosmetic stuff?"
Um, it's the latter more often than the former. I would really, I would really like to plan better, but I don't see a way to do it a lot of times. So I didn't want to do that. All right, come on, settle on in there. Man,
So Janak Ajmera says, "Hey Doc, it's nighttime here where I'm from. I'm listening to you while studying. The stream is calming, unlike many other streamers. I like listening
okay,
to you.
thank you.
Just gratitude."
I uh, I like being a calm streamer as well.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
Grumble, grumble. What's that?
No, it's fun to get Doc excited every once in a while. Especially when Garrett's here and we can rile Garrett up and have some fun.
Rile Garrett up?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do rile Garrett up at times, don't we? Uh-huh. Yeah. Now I know what you're referring to. Okay. Okay, there's still one more.
Remind me what the games were that you purchased, Doc?
Boundary.
Gotta get you to play that.
Um, was it Star Citizen or something like that?
No, not by Stars. Well, maybe you did.
Okay.
I don't think you did, but I'd be excited if you did. Though I think Oscar would be quite disappointed if you bought Star Citizen instead of Eve. But
Um, gosh, no, it wasn't Star Citizen. Um,
oh, Space Engineers?
Space Engineers, yes. Just for fun. I'd have to go look. Let me connect these up and then I'll pull open my pull up my Windows Explorer and see what what links are on my desktop, because that's probably the quickest way to tell. Or I could pull up Epic.
You know what? I actually think I could check my computer that I have through the family sharing.
You can spy on me through the family sharing.
Well, it's I shared my library with you, which means that you shared yours with me, so I can look at what you have. Right?
Okay.
I just don't remember how to do it.
Okay, so why is this not getting any copper ingots? It says it's getting copper ingots.
There it is. You got Captain of Industry,
Okay.
Farming Simulator 22, and Pecan.
And Farming
and-
Sim was not the one I bought recently.
Okay, Timberborn.
Timberborn, yeah.
See, I want you to play Timberborn. That one's gonna be fun. And Jimsum says, "Hi Doc, late evening here in the PH, and playing Satisfactory along with you guys."
All right. So what's the pH? Okay, everything up. Oh, it's not hooked up to anything. Okay, I need a splitter. Okay. Very good. The last one in line, and it's filling up with ingots. Probably because I'm still emptying that. I'm still emptying the container down there.
Okay. Philippines. PH is Philippines.
Oh,
I
okay.
should have been able to guess that. Okay.
Okay.
And Cookie says, "Okay, not as bad as I thought. They just needed the energy compliance document signed. All done."
Okay.
"Have you looked into mods for Satisfactory?" asked Cookie. "There's one I always get that puts hard hats on the lizard doggos and beans."
Okay, say that again. What?
There's a mod that Cookie always gets that puts little hard hats on the lizard doggos and the beans.
Okay. Interesting.
That sounds ridiculous and funny.
Okay, so this is kind of interesting.
Okay.
Um, this is all backed up because it's consolidating everything, and this one's just one at a time, making its contribution to the work here.
Yeah,
but this line is having to compete with the container emptying, which empties at full speed.
Yeah.
Empties at a full 480. So, anyway, go ahead.
So yeah, for mods, we still use Fixit Cam, which we've been using for a long time, to give us a detached cam for video editing and stuff, as well as Sky UI to set it to always be daytime. And Infinite Nudge, we don't have it installed right now, but we used it before 1.1, and we'll be bringing it back because, yeah, the 3D rotation. I really miss the 3D rotation. Bollicrum says, "Hey, Gloomy, when working in California, do you expect to be paid double?" And Gloomy responds, "We actually add a 10% fee on all California jobs.
Oh, yeah.
Even more on Los Angeles County, because it takes so much stuff to comply. Their checklist is 13 pages long."
That's crazy. And they wonder why those people in the fire can't get their houses built. Although it made the news that Governor Newsom relaxed some of those regulations so that they could get their houses built sooner.
Oh, well.
Don't know what regulations he.
They're all going to die in a fire now. You know, it's all going to happen. It's all going to happen again. Because we know all the previous regulations prevented their house being swept away in a fire, and the new regulations, since they're gone, they're now all going to burn down.
Such the pessimist Robert is.
No, and I understand the need for some regulation. I do. I'm not.
Okay, so
The absurdity of having regulations, then waiving them, just blows my mind.
Okay, so okay, now it's time to deal with the pipeline, the pipes. So I'm gonna go ahead and put down. I've got.
Alexa found the hard hat mod and sent it to me.
Oh, really?
Oh, that looks so funny.
Can you put it on the screen?
Well, the best part is it's not just hard hats. Take a look.
Putting all kinds of hats on them, huh?
That's great.
And they just walk around with those hats on?
I guess so.
Do you choose what hat to put on them?
I don't know. It's client side. Doesn't have a footprint in the save file, so you can say to be removed. Just put an item in the doggo's inventory and it will get a fancy new hat. Some hats have different colors or skins, put different quantities in an item and get different variants of a hat. Items needed in their corresponding hats are listed in the mod settings thing. There are a couple Easter egg hats not shown here. So you're going to have to actually figure out the right items to give them to get them the right hat. That's so funny.
Oh, chef hat. There you go.
Oh, and there's the doctor. Oh, gosh. Well,
The Dr. Doggo, huh?
that's an adorable mod. That's pretty funny.
That is funny. Okay.
Okay, there's been a lot of comments on the regulation thing.
I'll bet. I mean,
Volocrum says an acquaintance was still looking for somebody who did electric signing in California. And Cookie says what's going to happen is the LA building department is going to rubber stamp a bunch of stuff because they want to get the place looking nice for the 2028 Olympics. And it's going to lead to a ton of issues down the road when it all falls apart in 10 years. And that's always the case when they rush. Gosh. Donald Grimm says, what's the point of regulations when you don't have adequate infrastructure to provide water, equipment to fight the fires, enough firefighters to fight the fires, or intelligent things like controlled burns?
like controlled burns, yeah.
And Cookie says, oh, it's even worse than that. They had the infrastructure, but no one maintained it, and it failed when put to the test. And then everybody, of course, points fingers. Yeah. Oh, Kit Kat just got into the building.
Kit Kat did?
Yep. Kick that one out. The other thing that's happened
Probably looking for food.
This last cookie is we've inherited 2 more cats, and Doc has adopted 2 cats. We now have 4 cats on the property.
Yep. Unfortunately. Okay, let's see if I can get a splitter here. That look lined up?
Okay. See you later, Cookie. We're only streaming for another 40 minutes or so, so probably won't be here when you get back. But you have a great day.
Well, the hotkey isn't working. None of the hotkeys are deciding to work.
Did you accidentally change to a different mode on your
I don't know. How do you change modes? I don't think I did.
keypad? Is it a different color? Yeah, it normally is.
No, it's blue like it normally is.
Don't know. Yes, the showcase is happening.
I mean, the other keys are working. It's just on my keyboard or my keypad. None of the numbers are working for the what do they call that row down below? So I got to use this.
IC9 says that's a Satisfactory problem. I've had that happen too.
Okay. Where your hotkeys just decided to quit working?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I need to pull this back, which means I need to pull that back. And get rid of that. And whoops. Get rid of that. Okay. Splitter. You have to leave and rejoin the world or just wait it out. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm just going to pull that back. Now I should get both my arrows. My God, I'm used to hitting my hotkeys.
Ice Knight says you might want to leave and rejoin the world and see if that fixes it.
Yeah, it probably will fix it just fine.
Yeah.
But I haven't saved for quite a while, so okay. Now let's see. Yes, it works now. Extra 10% to California just because of all the regulations.
Yep.
Not just
So Alexa says, I might be crazy, but if my RTX 4080 can't run The Witcher 4 when it comes out on high settings, I'm going to get a new GPU. Some games are just worth it to upgrade.
okay. Go to the 5000 series or go to an AMD. That would be yeah. Okay. Da-da-da. So with the new placement of splitters, I should be able to just place a splitter right on the top here, right?
Yep.
And have the input coming from that direction. Actually, I'm going to probably have it coming from that direction for the first one, and then continuing on over that way.
Yep. Now this actually was available before.
Yeah.
It just before it felt like it was a glitch, but they just fully embraced that's how you do it.
Okay.
So Leafy asks if 4080 isn't going to be able to run The Witcher 4. It will. The question is, will it be able to do it max settings? The company that makes The Witcher, name isn't coming to mind, is known for intentionally building games which outstrip the current GPUs, so they'll be good for years to come, right? So you can get a top of line GPU and still not be at max settings sometimes with their games.
Interesting.
Ice Knight says, yeah, there aren't many options for AMD upgrades from a 4080. Maybe the 7900 XTX is better, but there's not many, if at all, that can top a 4080.
Well, that's
Yep.
interesting.
The 4080 is pretty good. I mean, the 5000 series is out, but it's been getting some real negative reviews.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't really watched them just because I'm just don't have the brain space right now to fill it with that kind of silliness.
I just let the cat out that got in. Okay.
Yep,
Um, encoding or who makes a 9070 XT?
that's AMD.
That's an AMD one. Okay.
And the real frame just subscribed on Twitch.
All right.
Here.
That helps us immensely. That helps us a lot. Oh, I got it wrong. Didn't reverse it. Okay.
I love that most of the uh, pictures from the IRL showcase are just people's pets.
Oh, do we need to get onto that?
I'm currently building it, and we will
Okay.
have it as soon as it's done.
First time chat from the real frame too. Um, um, yeah, it says difference. Love your content and definitely the tips and tricks. Yes. Okay. Oh dear, I probably can't do that. I just went up to the 3rd floor. I need to go to the 2nd floor. There it is. Good. Okay, but
Fortunately, our text to speech
has
is not functioning at the moment. I'm gonna have to disable that. It
huh.
so I will refund that request to stop.
Okay.
But it's a well, we have a couple of first time chat. We had that subscription from the real frame.
Uh-huh.
Said, hey, love your content and definitely the tips and tricks.
Yep, I read that.
And then first time chat from real name is Artur. Difference is that you can actually buy a 9070 XT for a reasonable price and not a 4080. At least not where I am.
Interesting. TSADOU. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that. Greetings, Doc and friends. Hope you're doing great. Fun fact of the day. Back in the day, we used to have a unit of distance in northern Finland called, okay, it's how long a reindeer can slay, how long they have to go before they have to relieve themselves. If the sleigh isn't under a heavy load, it's usually around 7 to 10 kilometers or 4 to 6 miles. Okay, that's an
great.
interesting fact of the day, that's for sure.
Yeah. The old units of measure here in the US are crazy. I don't know how it seems like we, being such a young country, went through so many weird units of measure so quickly before we kind of standardized. And unfortunately, we standardized on imperial measurements instead of on metric, but that's the pirates' fault. But yeah, especially when you're looking at like old county maps and stuff, and you're literally counting all sorts of weird stuff. And everybody measured it slightly differently, so you have to know how did they measure it here in this state, and oh, it's so silly.
And then of course you have the weird things that happen, that the calculations go sideways because somebody forgot it was supposed that the measurements they were given were kilometers instead of miles, or
Yeah.
centimeters instead of inches. And that can be disastrous, of course, when you're talking, space travel or something like that really needs those calculations to be accurate, or like, the trajectory of a rocket to get it into orbit and those kind of things. There were a lot of those faux pas in the early space race where they ended up with challenges like that. Okay, I'm trying to get these pipes up here. The train station is far enough back, and the train station actually, yeah, here's where the wall comes up. The train station is on that side of the wall. So I ought to be able to bring it straight up. I'm going to just bring it straight up.
Yeah, Volocrum says they have wild measurements of land over here. We have a blunder, which is about an acre. And of course, an acre is about the amount of land you can plow in a day, about 100 years ago.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to that piece of floor, but...
So, Golden Grim says, I have a 3070 Ti, which works just fine. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, 3070 is still great. Now, Icy Knight responds to, yeah, that's still a great mid-tier card. I'm going to take over the stream here for a second to show something, okay? This is Pastmark's GPU benchmark. I'm pretty sure that this is, at least this used to be the definitive list for ranking video cards. We're looking at the high-end list. You know what's on the high-end list? The 3070 Ti and the 3070 and the 3070 Ti laptop and the 3070 laptop. Even the 3070 laptop GPU is considered a high-tier video card. So, we as gamers, I'll use that term loosely, see the 30 series as being mid-tier. It's still high-tier. It's not even high mid-range. It's just a high-end video card still. It's still, a 30 series still runs every new game on the market. Pretty good. But, here's the 5090D and the 5090. Absurd. $3,000 for video card, dog. $3,000. Can you believe that?
For the 59, yeah, I can't believe that. Nvidia's just gone crazy. I mean, GPUs should not be that expensive.
I have to say, though, us poor gamers, after crypto beat us up and stole all our radio cards, and we're finally recovering from that, then AI comes in like, my turn to take all your cards. It's like, just leave us alone. Let us play games.
Yes, exactly. Leave us alone. Let us play our games. Yeah, that's good sentiment.
Yeah, Icy Knight, if you can consider 37 laptop low end, the stats don't bear that out. But, depends what you want to play, right? Oh, so Dow says, my name is how my friend used to say Shadow while drunk when playing World of Warcraft. So it's just Shadow.
Okay.
T-S-A-D-O-U. That's just Shadow. That's funny.
Okay. That is cool. How he used to say his name when he was drunk. Okay.
Kerbal Space Program is on sale from the Steam sale right now. I noticed that yesterday, and Shadow just pointed that out. So you should pick that up.
What?
Kerbal Space Program. It's like $3, I think.
What space program?
Kerbal Space Program.
Kerbal?
Yes, it's a great little game.
Sounds like
it's like building a rocket ship to launch into space.
It sounds like you're saying that almost tongue in cheek.
No, sorry, I'm saying it genuinely. No, it's a good game.
Okay.
And Artur says, I'm a happy 2080 Ti Lightning Z user for years. Been thinking to upgrade since the 50 series came out, but not feeling like overpaying for artificial frames. Gonna wait for prices to go down. Yeah. Yeah, you should.
Should wait for prices to come down.
Yeah.
I don't want it to go uphill.
Alexa, don't be silly. Doc has already beaten Putt Putt Goes to the Moon. Thank you very much. I wouldn't recommend that to Doc.
Putt Putt Goes to the Moon. Didn't I
You
beat that a
know
long
games.
time ago when I was a kid?
Yeah. those are ancient games, but we played those. Leafy says Kerbal Space Program is so much more than launching a rocket into space. You can pick a specific location to land on the moon or other planets. You can set up satellites and so much more.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure, yeah. People have really recommended it for a long time. It's a bit older game now, but people still play it, still enjoy it. I think you went one tick too far.
Good grief.
So, Bluvaro, you said, I thought the USA not doing the metric system was because of industry. No, it was a complete accident. It was an individual came here to the US with a demonstration of, I think he brought like a cube of copper or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was supposed to demonstrate the weights and the measurements and everything else. And he got waylaid, and I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was by a war, by pirates or something like that. And he just got waylaid for like a while. And when he finally got here to the U.S., the person he was supposed to come meet, I think it was the Secretary of State, was no longer the Secretary of State. And so instead of being able to meet with the guy, they just took it and just threw it in a cabinet somewhere, threw the object in a cabinet somewhere, and it wasn't discovered for quite a while. And then industry had kind of moved on. And so while those same people who are trying to shop the metric system around to all of Europe got through all of Europe, it just missed getting to us because of just complete happenstance at a time when we absolutely would have adopted it. And then when it finally got around to us decades later, it was like, it'd be kind of hard to change now. So.
Yeah, that will work.
So Alexa says, Doc, what do you think about adding the unlimited elevator mod to the Mega Factory save? Or to the server Mega Factory save?
Unlimited elevator mod.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a mod that lets you have an elevator as high as you would ever want it, and all the way to the sky type of thing.
I'm kind of in favor of that because, like, Garrett has to use 3 elevators just to get to your office in the tower.
Okay.
And so there's this weird switchbacks built.
Huh.
Yeah.
Didn't realize that. I mean, good grief. They were supposedly incredibly versatile as far as the elevators were supposed to be incredibly tall, but it's still not tall enough to get it up to our
Right.
Wow. Okay. Then I guess that would be okay. We're talking a which build?
In the Gigafactory.
Gigafactory build.
Yeah.
She's talking Gigafactory, not.
Well, she says in all of them. She's recommended all of it, and I'd be perfectly fine with all of it because I thought the height was perfectly reasonable too until I actually tried to use it, and our Gigafactory is just a little too absurd for it.
Did you just call our Gigafactory absurd?
Oh, it's 100% absurd.
Oh. You're fired.
It's still good. It's just absurd.
Wow.
Graham says systems of math and measurement are arbitrary and relative to begin with. Mayans used a base 20 system, and look how they charted space without computers. Their projections and measurements are more accurate than some supercomputers today.
Okay. All right.
Truth is, base 12. Everything should be base 12. Base 10 is silly.
Base 12.
12 is so much better.
Okay.
Base 12 you can divide by 2, 3, and 4. Okay? It's super easy. Now, of course, we could do everything in binary, which would make things easier from computers, but binary becomes ridiculous for humans to try to count. So I think base 12 is honestly the best. It's easily divisible. It's easy to hold in your head, and it'd be a great system. We just have to invent 2 more numbers. That's all.
Just have to invent 2 more numbers.
Yeah, but not 5. But as opposed to base 10, you can only divide it by 2 and 5. You can't divide 10.
You're starting to talk fast. You're starting to talk fast, which also means something.
Yeah.
Does that mean you're trying to be deceptive? Somehow?
No.
Okay. Just checking.
Shadow says base 10 is easy to learn and grasp as kids because you have 2 hands and with 5 thingies.
2 hands and 5 thingies?
Thingies. Look, if you aren't going to take the argument that Imperial is better than metric because it's a more human system, you can't take the argument that base 10 is better than base 12 because it's a more human system. Sorry. And Ekin says, I didn't know that elevators even had a limit. Guess I haven't hit it yet in the places I need elevators.
Yeah. Like our ridiculous gigafactory, as Robert says.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't reach all the way from main floor to top.
I know you're not arguing Imperial being better than Metric. Metric is better than Imperial, is the argument. But the common argument for Imperial is that it's a more human measurement. It's based off of human dimensions as opposed to the speed of light in a vacuum over a certain amount of time. The argument is that Imperial is a more human metric. But if base 10 is more human metric, well, apply that standard universe. See, Duck, if you ever want to have a good argumentative discourse in chat, argue for Imperial. This is the perfect chat room to get riled up over using Imperial.
Yeah, definitely. And frankly, I'm still working on getting through the invention of zero.
Yeah.
That has got quite a history. It was amazing to me.
Who wrote that book?
Oh, Sarif somebody. I can't remember exactly the name.
Yeah.
But incredible, interesting information about how, zero just didn't exist for the longest time. I mean, everything starts counting with 1. You've got 1 thing, you've got 1. You don't have 0 things, or else you wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah.
The
number 0 is just irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. Oh. Robert, I hate you.
What?
You gave me the sniffles.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now I'm just snuffleupagus again, all the time. Okay. Well, this line is going and making stators. Yes.
Good.
We have automated stators, which means we'll have automated motors here in a moment, because this line will make motors from the stators.
Excellent.
Yes. I just need to figure out how I'm going to bring it over there without buggering up this whole space that I could use for something else. So because I'm not going to make this line any longer.
And Archon says, what about using base 15 or 30 using your knuckle bones? Actually, there was a time, I don't know if you heard about it, Doc, but that France tried to go to a decimal time system as well.
Really?
Yeah.
A decimal time system.
Yeah. There'd be 10 hours in the AM and 10 hours in the PM. And so each hour was a little bit longer than before. And then each hour was split into, I think, 100 minutes. And each minute would have 100 seconds.
Okay.
And so the second, each hour would be a little bit longer, but each second was a little bit shorter, I think, as well as, yeah, I think you're right, Sid. I was at 10-day weeks with something else. Yeah.
So this manufacturer is now gearing up as soon as it gets enough motors. There we go. Gearing up to make modular engines, folks.
Awesome.
Yes. And so let's check and see what our power consumption is looking like now that that's fired up. Okay, power consumption is a little bit higher here, moving up. But I think we're still in the safe range. Still in a safe range. And plus, we've got all those biofuel generators down there as backup that will kick in if they gets too out of hand. At least for now. Now, this is not going to get enough. This is not going to get a full 2 per minute. I'm sure. Well, whoa. 6? Yes, it's going to get enough motors. This constructor is going to be going full time. Okay. Okay. Next thing to work on then is I've got versatile framework being built down below. My ability to get to this is being hampered. Probably need to create a second ramp that goes up and over my factory. But I'll deal with that later. I do have a factory down here making versatile framework, I believe. I believe it's down here. No, it's not. It's on the second floor. But it's one of those feed a container to keep it going type of deals. So I need to automate that. How much do I have? I have 200, 400, 800, and need a whole lot more than that. I need more than what this container can hold, don't I? If there's 400 per line, 400, need five rows. Yeah, I've got enough space here. I just need to feed it with steel beams and modular frames, and I've got plenty of modular frames in there right now. So let's go grab some steel beams. They're on the floor below me. We'll grab some steel beams and stuff it with steel beams. And steel beams come from over here. Yeah. Let's just take what'll fill my bag with it.
Here we have Alexa and Father from talking about
Okay.
their wonderful 4K screens and
Yeah.
getting 120 FPS.
I'm just
240
ignoring
FPS.
them. I'm just ignoring them, you know?
Yeah.
You know?
Doc and I are both at 1440p, which
Yeah.
is so much nicer than 1080. But
Yeah, and I've got a nice nice curved monitor, 1440p. But it's nowhere near one of. Somebody showed us their thing, and they've got one of these hugely wide monitors. And gosh, that would be nice. Volcrum is, yeah, just huge. Okay, that is almost full, and that could use some more, and I've got plenty more downstairs, so I'm going to go ahead and fill that thing up. And keep it working on Versatile Framework for a while. And then I can work on this goofy analytical sphere thingy, whatever that's called. What is this called? I can't remember.
Well, it's about time to start wrapping up. I'm almost done with you.
Okay, I will. Hey, Mittens made it back inside. Hi, Mittens. Mittens hasn't been feeling herself lately. So, I'm petting the cat. I'm using my pet the cat. Yeah, Mittens is not feeling well. Just hope she gets over whatever she's got, starts feeling better. All right, I'm going to put the frames in there, get the Versatile Framework working. And next time I work on this save, I will go ahead and work on getting the other item in phase 3 done, so we can satisfy the fix-it folks up there that want me to finish phase 3 of the project assembly and get that done. Okay. Okay.
Volker says, I am thinking of upgrading, Doc. I can get a big discount, so why wouldn't I? Yeah.
Why wouldn't you
Upgrade.
upgrade what?
I don't know. Probably to an even better monitor.
Oh, yeah, get another one of the same monitors so you can stack them one above another. Maybe.
Oh,
Okay.
just upgrade the entire PC, Volcrum says.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, gosh.
If you got the money.
Yeah.
I would love to upgrade my PC every, every 2 or 3 years. I just, I eventually ran out of budget to do that.
Hey, Volcrum, can you send me a message in Discord? A link to your stream. We're finally getting around to compiling a list of friends who have, who stream or create content of some kind. He says it's tax deductible, Doc.
Yeah, it is.
See,
But, the tax man doesn't like it if after year after year after year, you constantly are never making a profit. They begin to wonder why you're in business, and then they come and audit you.
yeah.
So,
Icy Knight, you're not on the list because I really struggled to find your actual account because I think you had like 2 different accounts named Icy Knight because you had some weird issue. Message me on Discord, okay?
yeah.
And we'll get you on the list.
Itsy, bitsy, mitsy, witsy. Okay.
The monkey.
Monkey's being monkey again.
Okay, unfortunately, just like last month, the showcase is struggling to download, so we're gonna have to watch it through my screen, Doc.
Okay, let's do it. We've got 6 minutes. You only left me 6 minutes?
No, we're gonna go overtime like usual.
Like usual. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're making Versatile Framework here. We've got 2 containers full. and um, we need 1 frame to 12 steel beams. So it's steel beams that are going to be the issue stopping it. But what are the stack sizes on steel beams? 200 versus the frames being 50. Okay. We'll see how far it goes. Okay, Robert, let's rock and roll.
Okay. There we go. Just trying to fix my Discord. I don't have messages popping up through the text. Okay.
Okay.
Let's jump to here.
Oh,
And I have
man.
to move you to the other corner again, as usual.
Caffeinated, the first pioneer to reach Paradise Island. Great view from up here. So, are you on Paradise Island and you're looking back at the mainland?
Yeah, I think so. We can see the hub. My mess factories is there just to the left of the hub right there.
Oh, this is in our world?
Yep.
Okay.
See, this is everything I've been building while the base is way over here.
Okay, is the base is way over there. Okay. Okay, so if this is our world, I can orient myself based on where the um, elevator is, space elevator is.
Yeah.
And then, okay, the arch you called it. I didn't know that actually had an official name. I was thinking we were going back to St. Louis or something.
Yeah.
So, okay, cool. And there's that big pillar over in no man's land with 2 trees on it. That's weird.
Volcrum says that's a good screensaver, caffeinated. That
Yeah,
would be, wouldn't it?
that would be. That would be. Okay. Oh, my. Somebody wanted to build a house that looked like their personal house, I guess. Whitestone Industries again. Paradise Islands. Okay.
We get to see a bunch.
Okay. So, what is this a view of? Looking down.
Looks like they just launched themselves up super high in the air.
Okay.
Sometimes you should just have a bit of fun and satisfactory life.
And it says experimental build up in the corner, so that was back when 1.1 was experimental, it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, beautiful. Coscot. Okay. Is that over by where we built our gigafactory?
No, with those waterfalls, this actually looks like Paradise Island as well.
Okay.
It could be, but it's looking off the mountains. That is so cool. I love the massive building built out over the ocean.
Yeah, exactly. And the nice clean top on them with a few, pipes sticking through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, who is this? Mr. Sauls.
So he put decorative lighting inside of all his particles. What are those? Particle accelerators?
Yeah, particle accelerators.
That is so cool.
Yeah, that you could take a while to digest this one.
Yeah.
Particle accelerators, kind of on the diagonal there, with they look like they're giant Ferris wheels.
Yeah.
And a carousel on the top.
Yeah, it's very well done.
That's cool.
He says, anything I can do better? They nailed it.
Yeah, nailed it. Okay, that's a few floors.
One of my favorites was the concrete for the road.
One of my-
Yes. Adrestea is making a massive road. In fact, very soon we're going to see a map of how big the road is now.
In our world?
In Adrestea's.
Okay, I understand this world. Okay.
Okay. Volochrome. Made some more revisions to the oil setup and now no longer has pumps and works great.
Interesting.
So Volochrome was talking about being able to share a few things about piping later, which I would appreciate. I don't know what's going on here. I do see a bunch of valves here, which typically we stay away from because they're a bit wonky numbers-wise.
Yeah.
Because what I made is a pump system that removed all but 3 pumps.
Okay.
Okay. Cool to see that.
Um,
There's the same system from the outside.
and what are those big things hanging out the side of it?
I think that's just a natural part of the train.
Wow.
They just built into it. I think we've been here before. And unless we went to a new world, I think we came along the train down this way, and I don't know.
Yeah,
Don't
when we were actually riding it, when he sent us the save.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, bunch of oil power, fuel power plants.
84 gigawatts of power.
Wow.
Very nice. And this is on the western shore, it looks like.
Yeah. Cool, cool, cool. 84 mega, 84 gigawatts. Wow. From 1890 oil. Okay, cool.
So Volocrum said on his, he revised all his rubber and plastics. I mean, we've been there before, but now it's even more efficient.
Okay.
Adderstea. So I didn't get the images hooked up, but this is how large that road is. Look at that. Look
Now,
at that.
when you say road, are you
It's platforms building a road for
for
tractors
truck?
and trucks. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That it looks like I don't think Adderstea is here with us today, but I'd like to see exactly how wide this road is to show up on the map that thick.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Okay, different color freight platforms and train stations.
On top of
That's
fuel.
quite a compact train station. Wow.
I like the coloring to help with designation and organization. I think we could probably do better with that just to help visually tell what's going on.
In our factory?
Yeah, in our factories.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely could do better. And Whitestone again, with great use of color and light.
Simple pump houses.
And of course, building around the power augmenter.
Well,
Or is that the, oh, it's a well pressurizer. Okay. Could have almost thought maybe that was either the space elevator or the power augmenter.
oh yeah.
All of those are kind of built on that same arms structure. This is not much. Okay. Not much, huh? Okay. 300 meters tall, 48 industrial fluid buffers inside,
That's
have a 10-car train station attached to this totally unnecessary tower. Okay, just because he likes doing decoration, making things look cool, and does a great job at it too.
and Volocrum says very modern.
Uh-huh. Circuit board factory. Of course, that's a circuit board factory.
Looks like a perfect circuit board factory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. It does 525 units per minute.
In fact, I could imagine a little NVIDIA logo right at the center of one of these.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me? What is this?
My awesome sink only came with a drain disposal. It looks like a bug.
Yeah, it looks like a monster that's coming in. It's a mechanical monster or something coming to attack you.
Yeah.
How did you get it all separated from all the other pieces?
That's a good question.
This is a crazy view.
Probably
Okay.
not replicable.
Maybe not. That is okay. That is pretty neat. It's interesting how people can come up with such interesting ways to to use different objects to create an image of something else.
Yeah.
Alrighty, next. Okay, in the process of creating. Is that a packager? Okay, no mods. Vanilla server game. Needed some steel. Iron smelting factory to preheat the iron. Okay. Before turning it into steel to save on coal. We have a terrible shortage in the northern forest. So now that's 8 smelters. 4 on bottom, 4 on top. But it has the option to go to 16 in the giant factory we're building. Interesting.
Cool. Nice, clean aesthetic, nice and open.
Uh-huh. Jake's. New iron and copper smelting area.
That is super cool.
Yeah.
I love this floor level decoration. It makes it feel like it's built into a city or something like that. It's super well planned. That's so nice.
Wow. I mean, I'm trying to just get my factories functioning, and you guys are decorating so much, making them look really cool. Okay. And canteen, okay. Battery power, 12 floors high, 20 batteries per floor, 20 times 12, 240. Because the sound of a blown fuse hurts my heart. Yeah, no kidding. Heart attack time, definitely.
Okay, so this doesn't make batteries. This just stores power.
Yep, just stores power.
You know what? Yeah.
How long did it take to charge? That would have been.
Great question.
And what does it do to the rest of your system if you don't have it on a power switch that makes it less important than all your production until it charges? Interesting.
Okay.
What I said my factory was spaghetti, I wasn't joking.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's spaghetti.
That's a bit of spaghetti. Just kind of like my stock solo is turning into.
I like how it's very drab, industrial. Looks like it's smog filling the air. Perfect.
Yep.
Works perfect. And Don Pulver says, "Hi, Dad. I purchased the game because of your videos."
Good. Good.
Well,
Copy stain will send me the commission next.
We wish.
Don't we wish, yeah.
Well, what Doc's doing right now is we're looking at some photos from Doc's Discord, where members and videos like you, people like you, have submitted photos of your factories, and some of them are pure spaghetti, delicious spaghetti, and some of them are work of art.
Yep. And you're saying spaghetti is not work of art?
Well, unless it's made by Make a Meaty Bacon, and then it's definitely art.
Yep. All right, and here's Sir Blastalot working on some storage. Okay, so this is going to be your mall, so to speak.
Okay, that's got to be modified mods, because I do not recognize that whatsoever. What are those machines? Like they have a little display on the front with an icon on it?
Yeah.
Those have to be mods.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's super cool though.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
And the accountant, Kevin. Okay.
Because aesthetically, it's not nothing to look at, but seeing green stakes across the production floor is where I find the beauty. And of course, my spreadsheets.
Yeah.
With a shout out to the Multiplex Manifold YouTube short from Doc. I use this every now and again when working on projects that have multiple overflow lines.
Uh-huh.
Note, modular frame factories off camera to the left and it's being produced at 5 per minute from 120 iron ore vein.
Fantastic. Okay.
And Archon confirms that it is from a mod via the other picture.
Okay.
Okay, and Anti-Crisis Plays says batteries sometimes useful for small factories to rebuild power production to something more effective.
Uh-huh.
From that build we followed it. Yep. Okay, ready to move on?
Yep.
Let's do it.
Oh.
Now this comes from Alexa,
Uh-huh.
and unfortunately, when she posted this image, which I think is the most up-to-date one that we have, it didn't come with a description. This is the factory with all the gantries that were built that built the Titanic.
Okay.
And it's the build she started with for 1.1. And so she took historical photos they have of the entire place and is trying to rebuild it on as perfect of a scale as possible.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
A lot of great use of the architectural pieces in unique ways.
Yeah.
It's the Errol Gauntry, she says.
Errol Gauntry. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And before the mega factory can be built, we have to play Hide the Mountain. Okay.
So there's the mountain in that box, I guess.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, so we have a paragraph to read from Alexa.
Okay.
Let's go back to this build while I read it.
Okay.
The Errol Gauntry was built in 1908 by William Errol & Co. for Heartland and Wolff to build the Olympic-class line ships, the RMS Olympic, the Titanic, and later Britannic, with the first two, Olympic and Titanic, being able to be built side by side in number 400 and 401, with the Olympic on the right and the Titanic on the left. The Gantry was used in the late 1950s and early 60s, and was way ahead of its time when it was constructed. Sadly, it was demolished in 71 to make way for larger construction and storage.
Okay. So in other words, the ocean liners got bigger than that even was, and they had to eventually upgrade. Okay.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Alexa is our resident expert on the Titanic and enjoys sharing bits about that with us.
And she loves to make sure that we are not misled by misconceptions along the way about the Titanic and the sinking. Are we taking questions? Yeah, we're actively reading the text.
Yep.
So, and wow, Super Ches. Super Cheese, maybe? Update on the progress. That is pretty interesting. I can't quite, it's not close enough to tell exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is an oil power plant.
Okay.
I think we're... Yeah.
It's got street lighting also in the back too, so
Huh. Yeah, I think we're on the northern edge of the map where we built our fuel power plant. I see a lot of liquid lines, and I think that these are
okay.
power plants.
Fuel power plants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. Project never able to finish because it was on a friend's server and he stopped playing. I still like to show what I want to build as the main hub. It happened before 1.1. 1.0. Interesting. Trying to make a sphere out of it. That takes some math and some precision
Yeah.
to do that. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Yeah, this is cool.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you see this one already?
No.
Okay.
600 hours in. Still haven't finished the game because I make spaghetti into like a pasta maker. I've been focusing on trying to be as organized as possible. Yeah, you can try. Came up. I mean, we were organized as we could possibly be in our mega factory, and
Yes.
finally, the mega factory just got to be less space than what we needed, and it became a spaghetti mess.
Yep.
So, essentially a stylized version of Doc's multiplex manifold made into a blueprint. All right. Good, good, good.
Cool.
Yep.
Amzi over on YouTube says, "Hey Doc, just wanted to say how much I appreciate the density of your tips and tricks videos. As someone who has a hard time absorbing long form content, your YouTube shorts are the perfect length."
Okay. I thought it for a second it was Micecraft. Okay.
Yeah.
We have,
The sphere. Yeah.
yeah. And we got a first time chat here from Masiro Abbey, I think it is. Fun is just as important. Absolutely. Enjoy the journey. We had a CEO in Boeing Commercial Airplanes that at the end of all of his presentations, he says, "Remember, enjoy the journey." In other words, if you're not enjoying your job, go find something else to do that you can enjoy and have fun. And he was passed over for CEO at Boeing and became the CEO of Ford Motor Company during the virus. So, and brought them through without taking a handout from the government, which was a big deal. So, all right, we've got glowing details of inventory intake and outtake. Interesting. And must be using
The photo mode.
yeah, and must be using the latest Mark 6 conveyors that glow, and then
Yeah.
changing that color.
Definitely.
So, okay, nice modular frame factory with a nice outer build. That is nice.
Very cool.
Modular frame pickup. Okay, very good. And building up. Okay.
Carolina Reaper says, "Not much, but I wanted to show off these vertical assembler arrays I made."
Yeah, exactly. We did a lot of verticality in our Gigafactory build where we've got a copper tower that is built vertically, and it's awesome, except it's all enclosed on the outside, so you can't see what's going on inside, but it was pretty awesome. I'm stuffed. I had barbecue. Volocrum, come on, making us hungry too? Gee whiz.
Bluey Cookie says, "I'm back. Who wants a taco?"
I'd love a taco right now. That'd be great. Okay, next. And we have a puppy dog. Buddy, while you watch Doc. Okay. Kind of like my cat sitting on the side. Okay, go for it. And we have, is that Mittens? No.
This is the
Masiro.
reverse of this cat dog.
This is reverse Mittens. Because mine's black where yours is white. Oh, that's neat. Okay, cool. And looks like General Rex, a puppy that's got big paws and a little body still. Part shepherd and lab, maybe? Okay. Neat.
They look just very shepherdy in this picture.
Yep.
Probably just a bit young, so the proportions are a bit off.
Yep.
And now we're on to mine.
Uh-huh.
So this is actually Icy Night.
Okay.
He says, "I heard Doc wanted someone to make a place for the dragon egg, so I designed this pedestal for the dragon egg.
Okay.
But I think it might be a little bit too big for the town. Find a place for it.
Maybe.
And there's the dragon egg right there.
Dragon egg there. Okay.
So this is the progress. This is on our server. This is how far he has it as of this point.
On our server.
Yep.
Well, that's way cool.
Yeah.
And it's located in the town?
Yep.
Okay.
Right next to the mayor's office. So.
Interesting. Okay. I'll have to go look at that on Thursday and show it off.
Yep, absolutely.
This is. Oh gosh, Alien. That is a cool building. It looks like an atrium.
Yeah. Big little statue.
Uh huh.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is not on our server. This was just some previous builds
Uh-huh.
that Eddie and me made.
Fantastic. And this is caffeinated in the middle of the town square with the SBI building in the background. I recognize that. There's something wrong with my resource pack. Yeah, I would say there's something wrong. Very definitely. You look a little bit disconnected there. A little bit.
So the building in the back there, that's the SBI building. Caffeinated is the head of the SBI there to investigate what went wrong with the mayoral election, but that building is based off of the J. Edgar Hoover building,
Okay.
which is where the FBI is.
Yep.
We do have a question from Omzi.
Okay.
Says, well, actually, from Limitless Wave first. He says,
Yeah.
I'm trying to add as much as I can to our gigabase. I will get it to space station and space cell, but I can't figure out what to add. Any suggestions?
If you've got buildings already building other things outside, save your gigabase for the more complex components that require long supply chains, and do the little stuff, where you've been doing it and built up. But bring the complex stuff to your gigabase. We're going to keep our mega factory running, and not take the incoming resources away from it so that we can plagiarize the more complex components and bring that to our gigafactory. And that's kind of the tact we're taking. So, okay.
And one more question from Omzi says, I find myself scaling up my factories way too much just to keep everything even and efficient. Any tips on how to keep my factory small and headaches to a minimum?
No.
Don't progress. just ignore Ada and just stay at tier 1.
Yep, stay tier 1.
Okay.
They just keep progressing and keep getting more complex, and keeping them small is probably kind of a nice idea, build small factories, but then you have the problem of having to truck it all somewhere or train it all somewhere to use what you've built elsewhere. So it's either make it complex all in one place or have a lot of different factories that you're trucking things or training things in or droning things in. So 6 to 1, half dozen the other. It's going to get complex one way or another. So that's colorful.
Yeah, this is made by Gauntlegrim.
Okay.
Says finally got around to building a storage system.
Cool.
Building full of chests.
Just all full of chests. Okay.
Completely full of chests.
Is that on his personal land?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That's why I don't
line
see
of
that.
gold right here is his front walls that he's building right now. This is the area that we TNT'd a couple weeks ago.
That we've been working on that. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
And the SBI building is getting an addition off to the side?
Well, this is a subway station, and I could only include one image, but this is a subway station. You see the little bollards out front here,
Uh-huh.
based off of the New York City Metro.
Okay.
So this is another way in town for us to get to down into the Nether Highway.
Interesting. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
The Farlands of Joctopia, made by Megalith.
Okay.
So this is all a couple thousand blocks away.
Interesting. The Farland. Interesting.
The Farlands, back in the day when the Minecraft map was very different, there was this place called the Farlands. It doesn't
Uh-huh.
exist anymore, so. But yeah, it's very nice to me.
Okay. And we have Alexa there with her. Oh, I want to get a plush doggo.
Exactly, with a giant doggo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those things are very cute.
Those are very cute. Nice picture.
Unfortunately, I didn't get everything sorted properly, apparently. So we're back to dogs.
Okay. And that's Ruby. Hi, Ruby. And somebody's stereo system in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And Saladin has a cat that hopefully won't get run over. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice tiger tabby there. And Jax. I bet he's a.
That looks like a high energy dog.
Yeah, high energy dog, probably. Yeah. Okay. And
Bunch of stuff that
we won from Crane Machines. Okay.
Oh. Finally.
And we have cute little husky. Okay, a baby. He'll get to be a big dog, I bet.
Okay.
Dogs are cute. Cats are cute. It's nice that they're domestic so that they actually love us probably more than we do them at times. So, okay, that was neat. That was a well-deserved look at some of the creative stuff that our users have contributed to us on Discord. So, I'm going to have to go. I'm probably going to have to answer to Mama Doc for going a half hour over, but it's been fun. It's been great. It's been, fun to hang out with everybody. So, hopefully, I'll take a break tomorrow and get some real work done out in the yard and see you back all together for Minecraft on Thursday. So, have a great day, everyone, and we'll see you again. Thanks for all who subscribed and subscribed on Twitch and became members on YouTube. We're up to 1,282 followers, so big deal here. We're doing good. So, see you later. Bye bye.